Northwest.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar today at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar today at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar today at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Thanks for being with us. After a boy from Virginia saved his family from a house fire, the local fire chief admitted that if the kid ever needed a job in his hometown, he's got one with the fire department. Romir Parker, a 7th grader from Petersburg near Richmond, was presented by the city with a special proclamation for demonstrating bravery and protective instincts of someone far older. Earlier this month, GoodNewsNetwork.org says a fast-moving fire hit Romir's house while his younger siblings, ages 1 and 2, were asleep on the couch. Hearing a strange sound, he came out of the bedroom to find a wall of black smoke. He scooped up his brother and sister, one in each arm, and carried them out of the house. Then he helped his grandmother out. The Petersburg fire chief didn't mince words about Romir's actions. He said the young man saved his family's life. The chief said when Romir turns 18, he's got a job with the brigade if he wants one. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too. Going to work.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Questions about U.S. attack in Iran.
I want to know the truth.
Trouble after takeoff.
One of the engines is on fire. It's trying to turn around. Oh, my God.
summations at Sean Combs' trial.
The prosecution will be presenting their closing arguments.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. Speaking for the first time since the U.S. attack on nuclear sites, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei says his country will never surrender to the U.S. And he says Iran dealt the U.S. a severe slap in the face and says there was nothing significant in American military strikes last weekend. Here at home, President Trump is back from the NATO summit where he doubled down on the assertion that Iran's nuclear sites were obliterated. CBS's Weijia Jiang reports administration officials are releasing new information as Democrats in Congress press for answers.
At the NATO summit, President Trump highlighted an Israeli intelligence report about the U.S. strikes on Iran.
We assess that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come.
While taking issue with the preliminary assessment from the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, suggesting Iran's nuclear program has only been set back by a few months. By Wednesday afternoon, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe claimed their agencies have new intelligence. Ratcliffe said Iran's nuclear program was severely damaged and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years, while Gabbard claimed Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed. Today, top administration officials are expected to give the Senate a classified briefing as Democrats demand answers.
Our history is full of efforts to either manipulate intelligence, or when the few cases where we ignore it, we do it at our own peril.
Well, the heat wave is easing in the eastern half of the country. Still, CBS's Rob Marciano reports nearly 70 million people are under some kind of heat advisory today.
Folks in the mid-Atlantic and the southeast and parts of the central U.S. are still going to be baking here. It's going to feel like 101 in the Queen City there in Cincinnati, 105 in Raleigh and D.C. You're not quite in it either, 105 as well. So 98 degrees is what we expect to see in Birmingham, Alabama. The next 3 days, D.C., you'll be a little bit cooler tomorrow before bouncing back. But Raleigh, Atlanta, Nashville, you remain hot and humid right into the weekend.
The FAA is looking into what happened yesterday on an American Airlines flight from Las Vegas to Charlotte. Right after takeoff, flames were seen shooting out the back of an engine. CBS's Chris Van Cleve says there was a safe emergency landing.
Just after taking off from the Las Vegas airport, it was clear American Flight 1665 was having an engine problem. Flames could be seen sputtering out of the back of the engine. Air traffic controllers could see it from the tower.
Yeah, we're going to have to return.
Lane Hayes was on board.
It was absolutely terrifying. I froze, basically. I was just wondering if the next blast was going to be the one.
The 11-year-old Airbus A321 was heading for Charlotte with 159 people on board. Instead, the plane landed back in Las Vegas about 8 minutes later.
Hey, our American 1665, our right engine, mind taking a look at it there, making sure there's no fire or anything like that.
Fire crews checked the plane before it taxied to the gate. American says there were no initial signs of fire around the engine and no injuries to anyone on board.
Now to New York, CBS's Jerika Duncan tells us closing arguments begin today in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial.
From the very beginning, Combs' defensive team and attorneys admitted their client was abusive, but they say all the encounters were consensual. The jury was shown text messages. They listened to audio clips from some of the women, which the defense says supports that very claim that this was consensual. In response, some of Combs' accusers testified that freak-offs began as consensual, but turned into something more sinister as time went on. Now, a number of the people that testified said that the relationship that they had with Combs was complicated. So it could be very interesting to see how the government deals with that complication today in closing arguments.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that catch-up.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Officials tell CBS News the CDC is hiring Lynn Redwood, a nurse and former head of a group critics denounced as anti-vaccine, for a key role in the organization's vaccine safety office. CBS's Elaine Quijano reports Health Secretary Kennedy's new hand-picked vaccine advisory panel plans to revisit long-settled questions about childhood vaccines and schedules for some shots.
The panel is expected to vote on whether to recommend RSV immunization for infants. They're also scheduled to vote on whether to recommend the flu vaccine. And specifically, they plan to discuss a preservative that is no longer widely used in flu shots.
The American Academy of Pediatrics has blasted the committee, calling its process no longer credible. Overseas, British scientists are embarking on a world first, creating the building blocks of human life.
25 years ago, the Human Genome Project first allowed scientists to read our genetic code. This new project will see them writing it from scratch. Cancers cured, damaged organs repaired, aging reversed. But with the potential for good comes the potential for harm, some ethicists warn, to geneticist John Belvo.
I think it's heavily weighted on the positive side, with very few things on the negative side.
The Synthetic Human Genome Project, as it's called, could start delivering breakthroughs within 5 years. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
The Justice Department is suing all 15 federal judges based in Maryland.
The administration is disputing an order signed in May by the chief judge that blocks the immediate deportation of migrants who ask federal judges in the state to review their detention. The order blocks the removal until 4 p.m. on the second business day after the request for review is filed. The administration says the automatic pause on removals is lawless, violates a Supreme Court ruling, and impedes the president's authority to enforce immigration laws. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
Add Nestle to the list of companies that plan to eliminate artificial colors from food and beverages sold in the U.S. by the middle of next year. Last week, Kraft Heinz and General Mills said they would remove artificial dyes from what they sell. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It was a night for young basketball stars looking to make a name and fortune in the NBA.
No major surprise when it came to who the Dallas Mavericks selected with the top overall pick in this year's NBA draft.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver on ESPN. And while Flagg is headed to the Big D, Rutgers star guard Dylan Harper is also headed to Texas, selected second by the San Antonio Spurs. The Philadelphia Sixers rounded out the top 3 picks, going with Baylor guard VJ Edgecombe. Erica Herskowitz for CBS News.
The online dating company Bumble says it's laying off 240 workers, about 30% of its workforce. The company says it will save $40 million. Bumble's CEO has acknowledged it's been losing traction with customers. That's the Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good morning at 5:10. I'm Scott Carty with KIRO News Radio. King County confirms 2 new cases of measles.
One in a child, the other in an adult, but both live in the same house. The Department of Health says they likely got sick after hosting a visitor from another country.
That's KIRO 7 TV's Monique Min-Logvin. These latest infections raise Washington's total measles cases to 10 so far this year. The Public Health Department says the pair may have exposed others at multiple locations across Bellevue, Issaquah, Mercer Island, Newcastle, and Seattle. And we have a full list of those places for you to check at mynorthwest.com. Seattle police are on the lookout for the suspect in a machete attack last night. This happened near Albert Davis Park in Lake City. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas has more.
The victim says they were playing music and dancing near an encampment. That's when they say he was hit from behind and scratched on the arms by a machete-like weapon. That person was taken to the hospital, and so far, police have not made any arrests.
If you know anything, please make sure to call Seattle Police. A new proposal to overhaul Seattle business taxes has made its way out, and within minutes, Thursday, it was met with some very sharp opposition. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner breaks down the latest proposal.
Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell alongside City Council member Alexis Mercedes Rink with a plan to change the city's business and occupation tax beginning in 2026, proposing cuts for small and medium-sized businesses alongside a tax hike for corporations. Here's Councilmember Rink.
We're asking the largest corporations to pay their fair share, and we're asking them to contribute to the community that made their success possible.
The Downtown Seattle Association likens the tax change to a self-inflicted wound. Here's President John Scholes.
We've seen Amazon, move a lot of jobs outside of Seattle and grow elsewhere. We hope that that's not the choice that many other companies are faced with.
Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
Gwen says the tax proposal would require both city council and voter approval. Union workers picketed against immigration enforcement at the federal building in downtown Seattle Thursday. They say it's creating unsafe conditions for them. Caroline McConnell works at the Henry M. Jackson Federal Building and says the presence of ICE agents has turned her office into what she calls a place of terror.
Made my coworkers and I risk getting sprayed with pepper spray as we come and go from work. No one's workplace should be like that. Certainly not a federal workplace.
Correction on that, the picketing was yesterday and the protest did remain peaceful. For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, we've got lots of green lines on the roadway out there. Nothing really to report at this hour. There is a bit of a slowdown if you come across southbound I-5 over the Ship Canal. Some work was being done there. And your KIRO forecast, unfortunately, that's also green, meaning a great big green blob on the radar of lots of rain. So we will be seeing rain today. We're looking for a high of 66. The sun should be returning tomorrow with a chance of showers and a high of 68. But the weekend, that looks good. Sunshine and in the 70s, push it to 78 on Sunday. I'm Scott Carty,
best
listening to KIRO
source
News
for
Radio.
Local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE clarify when Seattle Police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can also be a financial hardship. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. This year, we are proud to celebrate 25 years of Northwest Hope and Healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $2.8 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of unwavering hope and inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
Legal battles over whether the Trump administration can deport illegal immigrants from the U.S. continue throughout courts in the United States, with a Supreme Court decision on Monday opening the door for the administration to send migrants to third countries instead of their countries of origin.
Well, now the Justice Department is accusing a federal judge of defying that decision. And here to break it all down for us is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
All right, let's go for the big picture first, Rob. What was the decision on Monday all about?
Well, the decision on Monday put on hold a federal judge's ruling in Massachusetts that individuals who are being deported nationwide because they're criminally convicted could have a meaningful opportunity to claim that they shouldn't be sent to a third country because they'd be at risk of torture, persecution, or even death if they're sent to those countries that the administration is making deals with to receive deported immigrants. And the reason the administration wants to send these people to these third countries is that their home countries won't accept them. And under American immigration law, the government can deport people to third countries if it is impracticable, inadvisable, or impossible to send them either to their home countries or to a previously designated alternative country. So you have a group that was on their way to South Sudan, not exactly a garden spot, when the court stepped in and said, nope, they didn't receive due process to, make their case that they shouldn't be sent to a country where they might be tortured or killed.
How are these third countries chosen?
Through negotiation with the administration. The most famous example, of course, is El Salvador. The CCOT facility down there. But apparently the administration is making deals with other countries to accept these convicted criminals who can't be returned to their home countries.
What does this look like? How would the process work? So if you're an illegal immigrant and you're in front of a judge, walk us through the process.
You're getting to the heart of the matter. So you have an individual who is subject to deportation because they're in the country illegally. The individuals involved in these cases before the Massachusetts judge are convicted criminals. It's been determined that their home country will not accept them. And so the United States doesn't want to imprison them, incarcerate them in the United States, wants to send them out of the country. So the individual, has already gone through a process where, they've lost the deportation question. They're going to be deported. They've already been convicted of a crime. And it's been determined that their home country will not accept them. What this legal tussle between the administration and this federal judge in Massachusetts is about is whether or not they should have a further opportunity to try to block their deportation to particular countries because they claim they would be at risk of torture, persecution, or death. That's where we are right now. And this implicates this whole question of nationwide injunctions that we've been talking about. Can a single federal district court judge block a national policy, an administration policy nationwide? That's what this district court judge, Brian Murphy, did in March when he issued an injunction that prevented people from being sent to countries other than their own without opportunities to raise fears of persecution or torture. He then said in May that the administration was violating that order, which raises this question we've also been talking about. Is the administration defying the federal courts? And that May order went to the Supreme Court, which on Monday put the order on hold, the injunction, the nationwide injunction on hold. But Judge Murphy came back and said, well, that may block the nationwide injunction, but as to these specific individuals that were the subject of his May 21st order, the Supreme Court didn't, in fact, block his order. And now the administration is the one saying, oh, you're defying the Supreme Court, Judge Murphy. So they're going back to the Supreme Court for clarification of their order from Monday this week.
Rob, real quick, what are the differences between this and the orders that the alleged gang members, even though many were not, they were deported to Sacat in El Salvador? Yeah. Is there a difference here?
Yeah, the difference is where they were procedurally. So the issue with that plane load or two plane loads of people who were sent down to El Salvador is that it was claimed they did not receive really any due process at all, even to determine whether or not they were criminals. It was a mix of people who had been criminally convicted and people who had not, who were thrown together and flown out. And as you recall, that was the incident where the planes were in the air when the judge ordered them to be turned around. This situation does not involve people who have not had a certain amount of due process. They have. The question is whether they should have additional due process related to risk of torture, persecution, or death in places like South Sudan if they're sent there instead of their home countries.
Rob, we appreciate your time this morning helping us sort this out. State Attorney General, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
KIRO News Radio, it's 5:22. I'm Scott Carty in with your headlines. U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the country is ending support for the Vaccine Alliance Gavi. Speaking at a meeting in Brussels on Wednesday, he criticized that organization for, quote, ignoring science and losing public trust. He expressed concerns about their collaboration with the World Health Organization during the COVID-19 pandemic and accused them of stifling free speech. The U.S. has contributed $8 billion to that organization since 2001. Iran's supreme leader says his country has delivered a hand slap to America's face with its strike on an American base in Qatar. He warned against any further U.S. attacks on Iran. And Cooper Flagg is headed to the Dallas Mavericks. You may have they've found their franchise superstar less than 5 months after trading one away, the big NBA draft yesterday. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, we are just going to be seeing some showers, cloudy and rain showers throughout the day today. A high of 66. Friday, we'll get some more sun creeping in with some early showers. A high of 68, but by the weekend, 73 and sunny on Saturday and 78 and sunny on Monday. And looking ahead to next Monday, we are getting into the 80s with a high of 83. Coming up, CBS Justice correspondent Scott MacFarlane with the latest on the FBI's new emphasis on counterterrorism and why it may be taking away agents from the Mexico border. That's on Seattle's Morning News. This is KIRO News Radio.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Drs. Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar today at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How long is the procedure and recovery time? Why can't you develop a cataract after having RLE? These questions and more will be covered today at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. Don't miss this free live webinar today at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So you and I have talked before about the folks who think they can do this themselves. And again, I imagine there are a lot of people who are saying, well, new administration, fewer staff members, now I truly can get it done.
Really, in this situation, I do feel really bad for the taxpayer because here you're getting a notice. You call the IRS. You're going to be on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. And so getting through is going to be more difficult. And when you do get through, you're going to be talking to people that are not as well trained as they have been in the past.
Which makes it even easier for them to take advantage, even if it's not intended, against the person who owes taxes.
I've heard it said that they just will make up something because they want to respond to the taxpayer. And people are going to get some really bad information and they're not going to know.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Download the KIRO Newsradio app, where you can watch us live or stream us live anywhere, anytime.
How would this initiative, whatever this initiative is, how would he fund it?
Stay connected everywhere. Download the KIRO Newsradio app.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Stop Medicare fraud. Report anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors, known as SHIVA. If you suspect Medicare fraud, learn more by searching for Washington Medicare Fraud. Again, search Washington Medicare Fraud.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 5:31. I'm Scott Carty on KIRO News Radio. We are continuing to track the 2 new measles cases reported by King County.
One in a child, the other in an adult, but both live in the same house. The Department of Health says they likely got sick after hosting a visitor from another country.
That's KIRO 7 TV's Monique Minglavin. The latest infections raise Washington's total cases to 10 so far this year. The Public Health Department says the pair may have exposed others at multiple locations across Bellevue, Issaquah, Mercer Island, Newcastle, and Seattle. And we have a full list of those places for you to check at mynorthwest.com. Seattle police are on the lookout for the suspect in a machete attack near Albert Davis Park in Lake City. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas with more.
The victim says they were playing music and dancing near an encampment. That's when they say he was hit from behind and scratched on the arms by a machete-like weapon. That person was taken to the hospital, and so far, police have not made any arrests.
A new proposal to overhaul Seattle business taxes proposed yesterday and within minutes met with sharp opposition. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner breaks down the latest.
Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell alongside City Council member Alexis Mercedes Rink with a plan to change the city's business and occupation tax beginning in 2026, proposing cuts for small and medium-sized businesses alongside a tax hike for corporations. Here's Councilmember Rink.
We're asking the largest corporations to pay their fair share, and we're asking them to contribute to the community that made their success possible.
The Downtown Seattle Association likens the tax change to a self-inflicted wound. Here's President John Scholes.
We've seen Amazon, move a lot of jobs outside of Seattle and grow elsewhere. We hope that that's not the choice that many other companies are faced with.
Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
Made my co.
The protest yesterday outside of the federal building was peaceful. Union workers were there to picket against immigration enforcement at the federal building in downtown Seattle. They say it's creating unsafe conditions for them. They've been seeing arrests happen in public facilities, and there were pickets across the country in Chicago and New York earlier that day. Carolyn McConnell, who works in the federal building in Seattle, says the presence of ICE agents has really turned her office into what she calls a place of terror.
Workers and I risk getting sprayed with pepper spray as we come and go from work. No one's workplace should be like that. Certainly not a federal workplace.
Time for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. We are starting to see some volume building from the south. Tacoma to Seattle, 46 minutes. Auburn to Renton, 13 minutes. And Alderwood to South Center, coming out of the north is a breeze right now. It's a 26-minute trip for you on that one. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. Some showers today. A rainy, cloudy day, a high of 66. We're going to get back into the sunshine a bit more tomorrow. And then the weekend into Monday, looking sunny, 73 Saturday, 78 Sunday, and 83 on Monday. Right now it's 57 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Scott Carty. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
The FBI is making some changes to the deployment of their agents amidst renewed counterterrorism threats out of Iran.
And following this for CBS News is Justice correspondent Scott McFarland. Scott, explain to us what the FBI agents are doing with these counterterrorism efforts.
As we talk, the Attorney General of the United States is testifying about this before a Senate panel, that the FBI and the Department of Justice are ratcheting up their preparations and their resources towards counterterrorism, concerned that sleeper cells or some other Iran-sympathizing attackers will strike here in the United States. We know there was this missive, this directive that went out to FBI field offices across the country late this weekend and Monday morning, directing those agencies to make sure that they have put as much resourcing into counterterrorism as they can. The FBI won't comment on this publicly, but we do know critics of the administration say they got to make up some lost ground here, because there was a gutting of the counterterrorism units inside the Department of Justice in the opening days of the Trump administration, as they forced out or demoted or fired people who had ties to January 6th and Trump investigations. Those people were part of the counterterrorism teams.
Didn't a lot of those people shift to jobs on immigration cases?
That's right. And among the things that have been expressed to FBI leadership, according to multiple sources speaking with CBS News, is that a recent prioritization of immigration cases has rerouted FBI agents away from some of their other missions. And they have expressed those concerns to FBI leadership. I'll expect the Attorney General to get more questions as this day progresses as to what she's doing to either ensure that there's a fine focus on counterterrorism, or about efforts that are underway to try to make up some of the ground that critics say was lost.
Any indication of what we should expect in terms of immigration enforcement by the FBI after this?
They have a unique role in this, because obviously there's an Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency that is the primary agency dealing with immigration, but the FBI has provided support in any number of cases. What's more, the U.S. attorneys in the Department of Justice prosecute large-scale immigration crimes or any felonious immigration crime. But I'll tell you this, there is concern about the dilution of the mission if you have the FBI focused too heavily on supporting immigration efforts when they have such other important pressing matters like counterterrorism, like chasing child predators, like chasing gun runners. And the FBI leadership is expected to answer for this and to speak to this when they testify before Congress in the coming weeks.
And what are the next big steps we should expect to see here, Scott?
Well, I think ultimately you're going to see cases brought as they're found, but I would expect the Department of Justice to amplify these cases. If they bring in somebody who's suspected of having tethers to Iran for baseline crimes that may have, if allowed to continue, may have festered into a conspiracy to commit terrorism, they don't want to announce that as a deterrent, and it's to show that they're focused on this. These cases, they happen by the hundreds and thousands at the U.S. Department of Justice. But if you have anybody with a connective tissue to Iran, I expect them to pump their chests and announce that case publicly.
All right, Scott, thank you so much for your time this morning. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland.
5:38 at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty. Coming up, Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell on his bid for re-election. That's next with Charlie and Manda. I'm Scott Carty, and you're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend Cal Raleigh.
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My name is Carlos, and I'm a Cub Scout. I'm here to talk to you today about becoming a scout like me. Cub Scouts get badges for doing fun activities, and we make friends. Scouts go camping, climbing, and fishing, and swimming together. We play sports and go to parades. Scouts also help people and become the best versions of themselves. Visit bascout.org to find a pack near you, get any questions answered, and sign up for Cub Scouts online.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started bagging up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
He flew fighter jets in 2 wars and taught you how to drive a car. He fed everyone on the block, but never shared his secret recipes. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
CBS News Brief. An intelligence report on the U.S. airstrikes on Iranian nuclear sites found they weren't completely destroyed. CBS's Nancy Cordes says the administration disagrees.
There has been a sustained campaign from the president on down to push back on this preliminary assessment and to argue that it is incomplete.
The prosecution begins its closing argument in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial today. A preview from CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
They had 34 witnesses take the stand over a number of weeks. So they'll want to show the jury how all of this testimony
weaves together to prove these charges against Sean Combs.
The worst of the stifling heat is behind us, says CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
As we head into Friday, this is the big change, particularly for the Northeast. We will be dealing with temperatures tomorrow 25 to 30 degrees cooler than they were on Tuesday.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular You burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular You gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
The race for Seattle mayor continues. There are 8 people on this August ballot as we prepare for the primary. 7 of them are newcomers, but we do have one incumbent.
Welcome back to Seattle's morning news, Mayor Bruce Harrell.
Thank you for having me.
Why do you want this job for another 4 years?
Well, we have a lot of work to do. And I think that in my first term, we stabilized things. We tried to have normal conversations. But in terms of housing issues, public safety issues, transportation issues, we laid a great foundation by which to build upon. And again, with the challenges we're having with our federal government, having to sue our own federal government, I think we need stable, strong, effective leadership, being able to articulate the issues to protect our city. And so that's why I'm running for re-election.
In speaking to other candidates, as well as just people on the street, the 3 issues that keep coming up are housing, homelessness, and crime. I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about some of your accomplishments and what you're planning to do in the next 4 years.
Well, housing is an issue that almost every major city is facing. And what we've done from a policy standpoint, we did pass one of the largest housing levies in our entire history, almost $1 billion. In my administration in housing, we've spent over $1 billion in my budget, and at $343 million in our budget. That's unprecedented numbers. We've built over 33,000 units, 5,000 of which are affordable. And in terms of planning for our growth, we proposed a comprehensive plan to grow 330,000 units, to produce 330,000 units in the next many years to accommodate our growth. So from a policy standpoint, we're doing everything possible. The fact of the matter is that income has not kept pace with the cost of housing, and that would be healthcare, tuition, the other cost to live in Seattle. The other issue of public safety, our crime rates are great. When I took office, we lost 300 officers. We had a demoralized police department. And in addition to now, for example, in 2020, we had 721 applications. I know the data fairly well. Right, that's per year. Right now, we're getting over 4,000 applications. So I took a demoralized police department, and through changing policies and inspiration, we're building them back up. And we created a brand new care department, which is a non-GUDGE response to mental crisis. And so we have an outstanding chief in Amy Barton. So we've recreated the sort of what modern policing looks like. And then with respect to, again, public safety, our crime rates are trending in the right way. They're going down. Our homicides are down. Violent crimes are down. Serious crime is down. So we're doing everything possible to protect everyone. What was the other issue you asked about?
Homelessness.
Homelessness is, again, you look at the 2,000 emergency shelter units where there's permanent supportive housing, tiny homes. 85% of all tiny homes in the county actually rest in Seattle. And that's not, we don't want anyone to have to always live in the tiny homes, but we've reduced the encampments by 80%, RVs by 50%. So if you look at the work, and this is not organic growth, this is intentionality, rebuilding a city. And quite candidly, no one running for this position has the remotely has the experience, the executive experience, the academic experience, the professional experience. I've proposed 500 bills since I've been mayor, 800 when I was on the city council. So if you just look at the math and what we're doing, but that I'm running for reelection because I'm the best qualified. But let me say, from a spirit of humility, we have a lot of work to do, and I'm up for it.
Mayor Harrell, I want to go back to crime just for a moment, because as you mentioned, violent crime is down in the city. But if you talk to the people in the Chinatown International District or, say, Aurora Avenue, North Seattle, they're seeing shootouts on North Aurora. What do you say to those people?
It's unfortunate that Seattle and every major city are almost, the issue of gun violence is just very, very prevalent. So from a policy standpoint, we're getting about 2,000 guns off the streets per year. We're very aggressive. And remember that even some of my candidates believed in the defund model, right? So what I'm trying to do in increasing on a police presence is to make sure that we can, number one, get the guns off the streets. We can work with our legislature, who did a great job when you look at assault rifles and the other types of things that we're able to prohibit. But again, there's more work to be done. When I lost 300 officers when I took office, there was not a use of technology, for example. And so we're looking at on Aurora as an example with our real-time crime prevention technology that we have in place now, where we could actually have eyes on some of these troubled areas. We're going after some of the bad people, and we're able to make apprehension. So we'll continue to do everything possible. Am I satisfied with the progress we've made? Absolutely not. You don't want a mayor that says, oh yeah, everything is safe. So you're going to continue to see a very aggressive approach on keeping people safe through technology, through people, through prevention, through upstream services. Make sure that we understand why people commit crimes. And I read a lot about criminology and the different theories of crime prevention and why people commit crimes. And so I think, you need an executive that looks at the world of crime prevention through a holistic model. And I have a superstar in Chief Barnes. I have new leadership. And so we're going to do everything possible to keep people safe.
We're hearing from residents of Belltown who are saying it's the worst they've ever seen it. They say the city has not been responsive. They haven't heard from the city, and they haven't heard from you. What do you want them to know?
Well, number one, I take the feedback, so I don't say you're wrong. But the fact is that the data would sort of refute some of that we have more people coming here. We're the fourth fastest growing city. People are still living in Belltown. But for me, the conditions are still unacceptable.
Would you say Seattle has a gang problem?
I would say almost every major city does. And I was born and raised in this city, and I was here when there were no gangs. And so you do see many young people in particular that migrate to groups. There's drugs involved, not all in Seattle, by the way. They're all around the other cities, you name it. And again, we have gang prevention strategies in place. The fact is we are a big city. We're the fourth fastest growing city in the country. We're a wealthy city. We have big city problems. And so I'm uniquely qualified to work with the community-based organizations to reach these kids.
This is uncomfortable, but it is out there, and I feel like you deserve a chance to respond. So former Seattle Police Department Chief of Staff Jamie Tompkins is suing the city of Seattle for failing to stop rumors she was having an affair with the former Chief Diaz, saying she felt violated, degraded, and dehumanized at SPD. She told Fox that some of the crude comments came from you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is uncomfortable, but it's out there. Here's the quote from Tompkins. He, being Diaz, says Mayor Harrell told him he didn't care about the rumor because he would do me too. This is uncomfortable, but again, I feel like you deserve a chance to respond to a claim like that.
First of all, it's not uncomfortable because it's not true. And unfortunately, I don't know Ms. Tompkins. I've never seen her. I've never interfaced with her. And anyone that knows me, I don't use terms like that. That would be disrespectful to my wife, number one, but disrespectful toward women. The fact of the matter is, let's look at the facts. The fact of the matter is, and there's ongoing litigation all around in this stuff, so I'm going to be very cautious on how I phrase this. The fact is that I believed in Chief Diaz. I believed in his integrity and him as a human being. I stood by his side. The fact is that a report concluded he was dishonest.
Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell running for re-election. You are on the August ballot. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for having me. I
Thank you.
appreciate the conversation.
Take care.
KIRO News Radio, it's 5:54. That interview with Charlie and Manda you can catch online as well. Your national headlines: Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the top U.S. military officer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, have been held a press conference this morning discussing the strikes on Iran. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader says his country has, quote, delivered a hand slap to America's face with its strike on an American base in Qatar. Your KIRO News Radio forecast: we have a lot of clouds today. Some showers will be moving their way through western Washington, and a high of 66. Clearing up tomorrow. Sunny and in the mid to upper 70s for the weekend. And if you want to make it a long weekend, go ahead and plan now, because there's a high of 83 with lots of sunshine on Monday. Right now, it's 57 in downtown Seattle. Much more ahead on Seattle's Morning News with Charlie and Manda. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. it was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is it could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you got to look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Over 400 tariff-free new Kias are available now at Kia of Everett with easy lease and financing options. Experience simple, easy, fun at Kia of Everett today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Top Trump officials are doubling down on the president's claim the U.S. obliterated 3 nuclear facilities in Iran last weekend after leaked findings from the Pentagon. They dealt a temporary setback. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth spoke this morning.
The director of the CIA putting out a statement just last night. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes.
We've heard from the Ayatollah Khamenei on the war with Israel. The BBC's Will Vernon.
He praised the Iranian armed forces for breaching Israel's defenses, saying the country was brought to its knees. The supreme leader also confirmed that U.S. forces had attacked his country's nuclear facilities on Sunday, but claimed they failed to achieve their objective.
A down note for the U.S. economy. New numbers from the Commerce Department show it shrank 0.5% in the first quarter. That's worse than earlier estimates. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
We saw softness in consumer spending, but most importantly, this number is impacted by the fact that companies started to import very aggressively in the first 3 months of the year.
They made that move to get ahead of President Trump's tariffs. As America grays, new census numbers show immigration is driving population growth.
The U.S. population would be declining if not for historic immigration growth among Hispanics and Asians. Children still outnumber older adults, but that gap is shrinking as baby boomers age and the birth rate drops. Bill Fry is a demographer at the think tank, the Brookings Institution.
So we're becoming older, and that's why it's so important that we have these younger people coming in from other parts of the world.
Hispanics now account for 20% of the total population and 27% of children. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Feels like a breath of fresh air in the eastern portion of the country. A cold front is pushing out a blistering heat wave that brought 100-degree-plus temperatures. CBS meteorologist David Parkinson.
We are considerably cooler today than we were the last several days. No records expected to be broken in the East Coast today, but we do still have heat advisories in effect.
Cooler air could push temps down by as much as 30 degrees in some spots. Today marks a decade since the Supreme Court's landmark ruling legalizing same-sex marriage nationwide. Jonathan Lovitz with the Human Rights Campaign.
It's an exciting moment to also take stock of all the progress we've made in those 10 years and what is ahead of us as a community. So we are celebrating love today and recommitting ourselves to an even better tomorrow with more hard work.
Dow futures up 105. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
6:03 Thursday morning. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
So far, so good on this Thursday morning. A couple of brake lights here and there if you're up the Valley Freeway. We've got about 20 minutes out of Auburn and 40 out of the Puyallup area. Just a little bit in Auburn there and then a little bit right around 180th, but it dissipates quickly. And then you get up into the Renton S curves if you're continuing up the corridor, and you've got about an 18-minute trip getting up into Bellevue. So really not too bad. Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy, 35 minutes. A few brake lights right around 320th and Federal Way. 40-minute trip to make it all the way up into Seattle. Coming down from the north end, not much at all. 35 minutes or less from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Cage-free eggs good, range-free better. Mobile pasture-raised eggs are the best. Choose the best for your family. Locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms Eggs.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04. We're tracking the latest on 2 separate attacks near homeless camps in Seattle.
In each incident, the suspects were armed with machetes. One even carried a homemade spear. That suspect is now charged with assaulting a Seattle police officer.
Joining us live in studio is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
So Tuesday night, a man was attacked with a machete in Lake City's Albert Davis Park. Police say that victim was playing music and dancing near a homeless camp. The suspect came up from behind, police say, and slashed the victim with a machete. That victim only had minor injuries, no arrests so far on that one. But last week, Casey McNerthney, a spokesperson with the King County Prosecutor's Office, tells me officers were clearing a homeless camp in the Queen Anne Greenbelt when a man there who was already armed with a machete and a knife then grabbed a homemade spear.
He armed himself with this long metal pole with a 5-inch blade on the end and then lunged at an officer, and it went through his jacket. The spear struck the officer in the abdomen.
That Greenbelt has been in the headlines before. Last year, a large fire burned that entire hillside after starting inside a tent there. Also, according to several community news sites, the camp is very well known for rampant drug use, trash, and drug needles scattered throughout the woods.
Really concerning when you see that kind of violence when officers are trying to de-escalate a situation like that, but also, have to convey the message that you can't stay here. We'll give you resources, but you can't stay here.
And the police officer, we're told, is fine. The stabbing suspect with the spear scheduled to be arraigned a little later this morning.
Luke, thank you. A driver opened fire on I-5, and police say flock cameras helped catch him.
Washington State Patrol says this happened just before 1 yesterday afternoon near Kent. Someone in a black Chevy Equinox shot at another car on northbound I-5. No one was hurt. Witnesses helped identify the vehicle, and flock cameras spotted it near Angle Lake Park. Deputies found the car, detained several people, and arrested the suspected shooter. They also recovered handguns. Troopers say this is another example of how flock cameras are helping solve crimes.
You could see the smoke from miles away. A boat caught fire yesterday afternoon in a covered marina on Lake Union. Seattle Fire says it happened just before 4:30 in the afternoon near Westlake Avenue North. Flames spread fast up onto the roof of the dock. People told KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman they heard a huge explosion.
Massive. The boat at the center of this, a 40-foot vessel completely engulfed, flames rising sky high and catching the roof on fire.
One guy said it shook the windows where he works. Crews called it a 2-alarm fire. They did get help from a fireboat and harbor patrol. The boat did sink, and firefighters were able to stop the flames from spreading. No one was hurt. Coast Guard now working to contain any pollution in the water. The cause still under investigation.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning. It is Thursday, June 26th. Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor. Glad to have you with us this morning.
And Sully's over there keeping an eye on the roads. You've also got a choke point that I cannot stop thinking about because you and I were talking yesterday, and driving on the freeways is going to cost a lot more.
Yeah, a lot more. And it's just hitting every road where we're going.
Okay, so that is coming up this hour. We have producer David Burbank here. Scott Carty is filling in for Katrina Gouchard this morning. And, of course, Nick is running the board and picking the music.
Might see a few showers in spots today and tomorrow, but then the sunshine will be back for the weekend. We'll talk more about that throughout the morning.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Also coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey with this week's Tech Talk. He's going to look at some of the new technology that Seattle police used in last week's standoff in Madison Park. Park.
It's 6:08. Well-to-do people in their 20s and 30s have recently become the target of scam artists in Bellevue. Drew Anderson with Bellevue Police says the crooks pretending to be with the Chinese police reach out online or on the phone and tell the person they've been unknowingly taking part in a major crime.
They would start demanding that these victims wire large sums of money to prevent them from being arrested or having their assets frozen.
Anderson says victims have paid money ranging from $350,000 to more than $1 million. If you think this has happened to you or someone you know, you're encouraged to reach out to Bellevue Police or even the FBI.
A protest injury in Seattle is ending with a six-figure settlement. Nikita Tarver will get $825,000 from the state of Washington. She was hit in the eye with a rubber bullet during a 2020 protest over George Floyd's murder. At first, she blamed Seattle police, but court records show it was actually a state trooper that fired the shot. That trooper, Nick King, was helping Seattle officers that day. The Seattle Times reports he was never disciplined and is no longer part of the lawsuit. The state attorney general's office says the settlement does not admit fault.
We told you last month about Valley Medical Center's plans to close several clinics due to budget concerns. Well, now a lawsuit has been filed to pause those closures and subsequent layoffs. Suit was filed Monday by the SEIU union, which represents more than 2,400 nursing, pharmacy service, and tech healthcare workers at Valley. Jordan Middleton is one of the nurses, and recently she was a patient too.
Even though I was getting really, really excellent care, like I couldn't have gotten better care. Every nurse, every PCA that I spoke with was super nervous about their jobs and what was about to happen.
Union says the well-being of the entire community is at risk. But in a statement, Valley tells us in part, it's in a critical financial position, and these are difficult decisions no one ever wants to have to make. It adds Valley is doing everything possible to help stabilize operations.
There were hugs, tears, and tough goodbyes in Everett yesterday. It was the last day for the Early Learning Center at Everett Community College. That's despite a judge ruling the college board broke the law. The court says the board failed to hold a public vote before deciding to shut the center down. Special meeting is now set for this afternoon, but for now the classrooms are quiet. According to the Seattle Times, the center won't reopen unless the college changes its mind.
Dolly Parton's Imagination Library will continue here in Washington for at least one more year. Program provides kids ages 5 and under with a free book each month. The state legislature approved it in 2022. Dolly came to Tacoma in 2023 to celebrate.
I wrote a little song for the Imagination Library. It says something about books, books. I love books, the way they feel and smell and look. From my first look, I was hooked on books, books, books.
This year's budget shortfall forced lawmakers to cut the program. Well, yesterday, State School Superintendent Chris Rakedahl announced he's going to keep the program alive for one more year with discretionary funds, with the hope to get permanent funding next session.
A Seattle basketball legend is getting a permanent tribute. Lenny Wilkins will be honored with a statue outside Climate Pledge Arena. The unveiling is set for Saturday morning at 11:45. Wilkins played, coached, of course, managed the Sonics. He led Seattle to its only NBA title in 1979. The statue was created by Lou Sella, the same artist behind the Griffey and Edgar statues at T-Mobile Park. Wilkins is now 87. He's the only person ever inducted into the Hall of Fame as a player, a coach, and Olympian.
Seahawks bringing back a familiar face.
Murray lets it fly. Harrison Jr. can't get it picked off. Shaq Griffin. Minnesota's on the verge of doing it again.
Quarterback Shaq Griffin returning to Seattle on a one-year deal. Griffin started his career here in 2017, made the Pro Bowl in 2019. He'll now compete for a third cornerback spot behind Devin Witherspoon and Reek Woolen. Griffin played for 4 different teams after he left Seattle. Last year, he appeared in all 17 games for the Vikings. Head coach Mike McDonald said there's still competition for the third spot, but Griffin brings experience and depth to a young secondary.
I was sad when those brothers left.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. It's always nice to see some of the good guys come home. It's 6:12, and let's take a look at the forecast. It's brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. We're expecting showers this afternoon, a high of 66. A chance of showers in the morning Friday, but we warm up to 68. 73, mostly sunny Saturday, 78 Sunday. We're talking low 80s next week. So a nice patch of weather once we get through this today. Here in Seattle right now, it's cloudy and 55.
And it's 6:13, and time once again for traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the 3s, and Sully is sitting at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we're doing okay. Not too much volume out there as of yet. There are some brake lights here and there. Nothing that you can't handle, though. Northbound 167 in and out of the Auburn area. Got about a 40-minute trip, maybe 42 minutes now from Puyallup to Renton, about 21 of those minutes out of Auburn. Starting to see just a little slowing through the CD ramp meter lanes there as you're working your way up, trying to tie into 405 northbound. And then Renton to Bellevue's nice and easy, under 20 minutes. Nothing from Olympia to Tacoma, and then really up the hill towards 18 isn't bad. And Federal Way to Seattle's a little over 40 minutes. Not much past the West Seattle Bridge at this point. Coming down from the north end, we're picking up some odds and ends of congestion right around the Boeing Freeway, 128, a little bit away from Linwood, 40 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, 35 from Everett to Seattle. 522, though, is a little heavy today across the Snohomish River for those of our friends coming down out of Monroe. The lake bridges are fine, and we're getting reports of a stalled semi on westbound 18 right at the top of Tiger Mountain that might be blocking the right lane, so we're seeing a little bit of slowing again. This is westbound counter commute. This report brought to you by Subaru Puyallup, which has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
6:14 now, filling in for Katrina at the news desk this morning. It's KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty.
Charlie, I've got a microphone swinging loose on me. Just beware. We'll get through this steady. I'm telling you a story about a dog named Nimbus who apparently took a very, very tough fall over in Teanaway. This dog was off leash, and this is a kind of a warning to a lot of people that go out hiking with their dogs. Katie Warren was hiking with her dog, and it kind of got away. Guess what? It got tangled up with a mountain goat.
Oh, my goodness.
And then next thing you know, Nimbus the husky goes tumbling down this rock hill, and she describes what she saw in that moment.
A bunch of rocks started falling. It caught my attention. I looked up, and she was just falling, like through the air, like backwards. My first thought was like, I just watched my dog die.
It's heartbreaking to hear.
Oh.
Good news is Nimbus is doing okay. They hiked out 6 miles, carried Nimbus to get there from this hike near Teanaway, and then they drove 200 miles to Washington State University, where Nimbus is getting all mended up and taken care of.
That's amazing.
I'm glad Nimbus is okay.
I like the name Nimbus.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Scott.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
All right. Washington's toll system is undergoing a major transformation over the next few years. Sully, you're here to take us through some of the changes.
Yeah, and this is huge. I mean, it's going to impact the way we drive, change the way we drive in a lot of places. And I'm sure you've seen all the new toll signs going up on I-5 and SeaTac along 167, soon over 405 between Bellevue and Renton. State is streamlining the system, making it uniform, especially when it comes to the express lanes, for example. It's expected that the expansion of the 405 express toll lanes will go active sometime next year, not this year as anticipated. People going between Renton and Bellevue will need to get a flex pass to make sure that they can declare HOV status. That's to make sure they have enough people in the car. If you don't know what a flex pass is, it says toll or HOV, and you can declare, and the system picks that up. The flex pass is going to be needed for those of you who drive on northbound 167 from Sumner to Renton to declare HOV status. That's a big change. Right now, it's only a sticker pass. People who are HOV don't have to put anything in their car to declare, so that's going to be a big change. Then southbound 167 will eventually see the same thing. That's coming along in the next few years. But happening this year, in just a few months, the newest state tolls go into effect on the first mile of the 509 Expressway from I-5 in SeaTac. Those tolls are expected to go active around October, though the freeway will actually open on Saturday. And freeway, let's be honest, it's a mile. It basically goes from I-5 to 24th there at the south end of the airport. It doesn't really go very far, but eventually it will go all the way around to, 188th in Burien once it's completed. And just last week, the Washington State Transportation Commission set the rates for that corridor. They're going to vary between $1.20 and $2.40, depending on the time of day.
Time out. To go a mile?
To go a mile.
You got to pay how much?
$1.20 up to $2.40, depending on the time of day, to go a mile. And, well, eventually it will be more than a mile.
But for now, to go 1 mile on this road, you will have to pay that amount of money.
$1.20 to $2.40, plus $2 extra if you don't have a good-to-go account. So, yeah, and again, that's just that little tiny section there from I-5 to, again, a mile away.
They've got to sign up for it now. Yeah. Exit 150. This is a brand new sign. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be a big deal. People can try it out for the next couple of months for free. Again, the tolls on that
what a bargain.
Will go active in the fall. October-ish is what they're looking at. The commission also set the tolls for the 509-167 extension between the Port of Tacoma and Puyallup. If you haven't been down there in a while, they've been doing a ton of work there in the 5 curve, adding overpasses and then extending 509 out of the Port of Tacoma to join what will become 167 coming from Puyallup. They're finally finishing that roadway. So here's where it gets really confusing. And if you get lost, I've got all the toll things up at mynorthwest.com. 167 west of I-5. So as you're going down through Fife, you take a right and you're going down to the Port of Tacoma. That's going to be $1 no matter the time of day. Again, that's probably less than a mile total as well. That's set to go active in December of 2026. The tolls east of I-5 to Puyallup will vary between $1 and $3, depending on the time of day. Those tolls expected to go active in 2029 or whenever construction is finished there. Now, here's another interesting thing. I double-checked this with the Washington State Transportation Commission late into the evening yesterday. All of these new tolls, the ones on 509 and 167, are going to come with added costs depending on the size of your rig or what you're towing. The more axles you have, the more you will pay, including cars just towing a trailer. A semi could end up spending up to $9 for that mile in the fall, based on the time of day.
What's the reasoning behind that?
Well, they have to generate about $215 million out of tolls just to pay back the bonds for construction. But these are what you would consider a standard toll, where you're paying for the facility that is being built, unlike the express toll lanes where they are basically a congestion pricing model to price people out to make the road faster. These are like 520 because you pay those no matter whether you're HOV or not. And there's no HOV exclusion to go for free on these new sections of 167 or 509. You pay all the way.
Got a question on the text line.
Oh, yes, I love it.
Will motorcycles have to have a flex pass?
They're still working out a few of the kinks on that, but I will double check on that. But I believe HOV, on these corridors, as near as I can tell, if you pay on 520, Mr. and Mrs. Motorcycle Rider right now, if you pay on 520, you're probably going to have to pay here. Because I don't see an exemption in any of the literature that I've looked at about motorcycles on these two new facilities. But I will check.
I also have a FlexPass question. So,
good. FlexPass.
My wife and I use 405 a ton. We live in Linwood. We go to the east side a bunch. We oftentimes now drive, the two of us, with our 5-month-old. Does that qualify for the FlexPass? That's 3+?
That's 3+. And again, they're all, 3+, you're in.
Aren't you glad you had a baby?
Yeah.
That was actually the only reason we did.
Yeah. So, and again, they're also looking at, they're working on some of the HOV requirements as well. And they're moving to a 3+ model. Right now to count as HOV. Where this is going to have the biggest impact, I think, is for all the people who cheat now on 167. Charlie, you see it every day coming up. People who don't have a flex, or you don't need a flex pass on 167.
Yeah.
It's up to 8. They believe more than 80% of the people in the hot lane on 167 are cheating. And so they're not getting that revenue. That ends next year when the Flex Pass will be in use, or you just run the risk of getting a ticket.
Okay, so this new segment of 167, which isn't open yet,
is not barely. They haven't even turned a lot of dirt between Puyallup and I-5 yet.
When that does open, there will be that toll you mentioned.
Correct.
Will that toll also apply to, and that'll be for everybody?
Everybody
on that section.
Plus your axles, you can go up by that.
Okay, now Does that also, will that count for the entire stretch of 167 where they have the hot lanes, or would that be a different toll?
No. Well, then what also happens when this all comes to fruition, primarily for 405 and 167, we're going to go to segmented tolling, which means every segment will be a separate toll.
We're catching up with the Midwest because this is pretty common there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, totally.
Toll booths
but
everywhere.
the thing is with the, so for instance, okay, say you're driving from Linwood to I-5 in Fife, okay, Port of Tacoma. You could pay, theoretically, a $15 max from Linwood to Bellevue, a $15 max from Bellevue to Renton, and then a $15 max from Renton to Puyallup, and then you would pay whatever the cost is over to I-5. So you could be pushing $60 to drive that corridor. So yeah, it's a good thing David had a baby because you can roll that thing for free.
Yeah.
Though it's unlikely every segment would be at the max.
Yeah,
it's a
possibility.
we're going to segmented tolling, and those are the segments.
This is why I live in the city.
One last question from the text line. Scott in Auburn wants to know, is the Sully blank wagon exempt because it has over 200,000 miles and it's a vintage classic car?
You mean the goat wagon now since it made its trip back from Bozeman? No, it'll have to pay. It'll have to pay. And yes, we've been getting our tabs renewed. In case anybody's wondering, we've been skirting the law and registering it in Montana. We were never that smart. So no, we've still been paying for the RTA, even though the car hasn't been on a road here in 5 years.
That's on you, man.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
I'm a rule follower.
You're at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Such a Boy Scout when it comes to these kinds of things. I'm so afraid of getting a ticket. Okay, we're looking at much more slowing now than we had 10 minutes ago, especially from Federal Way up through the Kent-Des Moines Road. We've got about a 45-minute trip now to make that drive from Federal Way to Seattle. We've got brake lights on eastbound 512 down the hill into Puyallup, and then Sumner to Puyallup up into the Renton area, getting closer to 45 minutes. Certainly 22 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. The Lake Bridges are quiet. Coming down from the north end, a lot more braking getting away from Linwood now, especially on 405. You're going to need about 45 minutes from Everett into Bellevue, 40 Everett to Seattle. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts at early payday with direct deposit. You can learn more at globalcu.org.
We'll see some rain at times today, 66, and then improving weather tomorrow. Maybe some lingering showers, but back to the sunshine for the weekend by Sunday, high of 78. Right now it's cloudy and 57 in Seattle.
Top headlines on the way, and then the opening bell report. This is Seattle's Morning News.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states. At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. When it comes to the technology that the IRS is using, they're updating systems that haven't been updated in decades. And while that might sound great for them, it's usually bad for the taxpayer who owes.
It is, and their systems, unfortunately, they're just legacy systems. If you try to make an inquiry on some things, it's like you got to know how to use programming language to find it. But they are working on updating that system, and I hope that really they do, because they'll serve us better, the taxpayer better, and get things done quicker. The other thing they're doing is AI, just like every organization. So they're already using it to some extent to put in profile of certain things that they want to look for in a taxpayer and find those people and go after them or see what's going on, why they're not getting their money.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I always say, know where your food comes from. And for the best tasting food, choose locally fresh. Hartley here from Wilcox Family Farms. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. So, our family can keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
This Thursday through Sunday, four-time Grammy winner Eliane Elias brings her Brazilian brilliance to Dimitro's Jazz Alley. Don't miss 6 shows of stunning piano, sultry vocals, and unforgettable rhythm. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:31. We are tracking the latest on 2 separate attacks near homeless camps in Seattle.
In each incident, the suspects were armed with machetes. One even carried a homemade spear. That suspect is now charged with assaulting a Seattle police officer.
We get more on this live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
So Tuesday night, a man was attacked with a machete in Lake City's Albert Davis Park. Police say the victim was playing music and dancing near a homeless camp. The suspect came up from behind and slashed the victim with a machete, police say. Now, that victim had minor injuries. No arrests in that one so far. Last week, Casey McNerthy, a spokesperson with the King County Prosecutor's Office, tells me officers were clearing a homeless camp in the Queen Anne Greenbelt when a man who was already armed with a machete and a knife then grabbed a homemade spear.
He armed himself with this long metal pole with a 5-inch blade on the end and then lunged at an officer, and it went through his jacket. The spear struck the officer in the abdomen.
It turns out the spear never actually pierced the officer's skin. That's the good news. That his vest saved him. The greenbelt, though, that's been in the headlines before. Last year, a large fire burned that hillside there after starting inside a tent. And also, according to several community news sites, the camp there is known for rampant drug use, trash, and drug needles scattered in the woods.
Really concerning when you see that kind of violence when officers are trying to de-escalate a situation like that. But also, have to convey the message that you can't stay here. We'll give you resources, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, so 2 really scary attacks. The stabbing suspect with the spear is scheduled to be arraigned later this morning.
Thank you, Luke. It's 6:33. A loud boom, then flames shooting through the roof. That's how witnesses described a boat fire on Lake Union yesterday.
It was very quick. It went from just smoke showing to multiple boats involved, and all wooden boats and a wooden marina. So it was, pretty fast.
Seattle Fire says it started around 4:30 in the afternoon off Westlake Avenue North. There was a second alarm. The boat did sink. No one was hurt. Coast Guard now handling cleanup.
It's a $54 billion plan, but how many people will actually use it? The Puget Sound Regional Council says by 2050, just 3% of daily trips will be on Sound Transit. That's out of 24 million trips a day across the region. The Center Square reports Sound Transit's now reviewing its finances as costs rise and ridership lags. Critics want to shift money to buses, van pools, and on-demand rides, but Sound Transit says it's sticking with the plan voters approved. They say timelines may change, but no projects are being cut.
It's time to check in with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Every 10 minutes on the threes.
If only that information would have been available at the time of that $54 billion vote. Oh, wait a minute, it was.
I'm staying out of this one.
Look, there's 3% of the cars off the roads.
No, it's 3% of people who might have been in a bus who are now on a rail. But again, we knew that at the time as well. Thank you, Seattle. Looking at the drive right now, we have a pretty heavy drive coming up from Federal Way up through the South Center area. About 30 minutes to get you into South Center, 50 all the way into Seattle. Looking at Puyallup to Renton at about 45 minutes now, maybe 50, depending on how you hit the volume right out of Sumner. And then Renton to Bellevue at about 25 now. Looking at the Lake Bridges are still in good shape coming down from the north end. A little heavy through Canyon Park, but nothing you can't handle. 45 minutes or less to go from Everett to Bellevue, about 40 from Everett to Seattle. And we're, looks like, I think that stalled semi westbound across Tiger Mountain has moved off to the shoulder now because I've seen all the slowing there westbound go away. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Our forecast today, we're going to see some rain at times, 66 the high for today. And then tomorrow, a mix of showers and sun breaks and 68. Dry for the weekend. It's going to be up around 78 by Sunday, into the low 80s on Monday. Right now it's cloudy and 57 in Seattle.
Time for the opening bell report. Yesterday, day 2 of Fed Chair Jerome Powell's twice-yearly testimony before the House and Senate. He said President Trump's sweeping tariffs will likely push up inflation in coming months, even as some Republican senators suggest the chair was biased against the duties. Here's CBS's Jolene Kent.
Jerome Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve, did not change his tune, so all of that was consistent. What really was interesting to watch is how lawmakers reacted to him, the types of questions that they asked, and of course the reaction from President Trump when he was in Europe, basically saying that he has 3 or 4 candidates in mind to replace Chair Powell when his chair term is up next year, and basically, trying to undermine his Chair Powell's intelligence and his capabilities.
A new proposal to overhaul Seattle business taxes has been proposed. Within minutes, it was met with sharp opposition. KIRO Newsradio's Gwen Baumgartner breaks down the latest proposal.
Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell alongside City Council member Alexis Mercedes Rink with a plan to change the city's business and occupation tax beginning in 2026, proposing cuts for small and medium-sized businesses alongside a tax hike for corporations. Here's Councilmember Rink.
We're asking the largest corporations to pay their fair share, and we're asking them to contribute to the community that made their success possible.
The Downtown Seattle Association likens the tax change to a self-inflicted wound. Here's President John Scholes.
We've seen Amazon, move a lot of jobs outside of Seattle and grow elsewhere. We hope that that's not the choice that many other companies are faced with.
Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
That tax proposal would require both City Council and voter approval.
Delta Airlines expanding its service out of Seattle. It will add nonstop flights to Barcelona and Rome next year. It'll also add 2 new premier lounges in the airport connected to 24,000 square feet of space. That's near Gate A11. Delta has added 28 new markets to Seattle over the last decade. The new flights to Europe are expected to launch in May.
A Seattle music venue is being sued for allegedly playing a couple of alt-rock classics. KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay explains.
Pono Ranch in Ballard faces a copyright infringement lawsuit. The Seattle Times reports the American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers, or ASCAP, filed the suit on Monday, which claims the venue does not have an ASCAP music license. Businesses need one to play copyrighted music. The lawsuit cites 2 instances of alleged infringement on April 24th. That's when Radiohead's Creep and Plush by Stone Temple Pilots were played. ASCAP says the license fee for an average-size venue is about $750 a year. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
And we have reached out to Pono Ranch for comment.
A Tacoma favorite is back after more than 5 years of silence. Johnny's Dock reopened yesterday on the Thea Foss Waterway. The restaurant shut down suddenly in March of 2020. New co-owner Gary Purewall, who spoke to the Tacoma News Tribune, says the building looks almost exactly like it did before. Big glass doors, waterfront deck and all.
Considering the fact that they had this as an icon, people who had the memories past 50-some years here, we want to retain the same name and add charm and twist to the menu.
Now that twist, they are blending Indian flavors with seafood classics. Johnny Meeker opened the first Johnny's Dock in 1954, also the guy behind Johnny's Seasoning Salt.
If you haven't been there, it's a really cool spot.
Sounds like it.
And we need to check Wall Street, don't we? Do you have updated numbers there, Charlie?
Of course I do, Manda. Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 215 points at the opening bell. S&P 500 ahead by 20. And the NASDAQ up by 36.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get your answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now. On KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Chris Sullivan was coming up in traffic.
Well, we got a stall block in the HOV lane on northbound I-5 as you get up out of Federal Way. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully aware awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
G and Ursula on KIRO News Radio.
You're not going to be able to stop what's going to happen.
I hope he's successful.
9 to noon, streaming live on your smart speaker.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Today is the last day to save big during our mid-year clearance spectacular. All 8 of our Puget Sound showrooms are open until 6 p.m. This is your last chance for incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
It's 6:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we are working with a stall block in the HOV lane on northbound I-5 as you approach 272nd. That's why we're so slow from about 18 up to the area and why we're running 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, with about 30 of that up from South Center. So a little bit of braking up the Fife Hill as well, approaching this, but nothing you can't handle. Behind that, Olympia to Tacoma is quiet. Eastbound 512, a little slow down the hill into Puyallup, but it's nothing of any super significance. And then Sumner, Puyallup to Renton, running under 50 minutes, so not too bad. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, we've got about 25 minutes there. Not too bad past SR 900 as you work your way up towards the VMAC and the construction zone there at 44th. The Lake Bridges are quiet. Coming down from the north end, some off and on braking on southbound 204 as you approach the trestle, and the trestle itself a little yellow on the map, which is manageable. And then you get over to I-5 and it's a pretty clean drive all the way down to Linwood, and away from Linwood it's not as heavy as you might expect either. I think we're getting to that point where people might take off on Thursdays now the kids are out of school to make a little extra, couple of days out of things, especially heading into a holiday week next week. So we're a little lighter out there, about 45 minutes or less from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, which is really good this time of day. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, we might get a little wet. We'll see some rain at times today, 66-hour high, and then improving weather as we head toward the weekend. Tomorrow, a mix of showers and sun breaks and 68. The weekend looks beautiful. We'll see sunshine both days, 73 Saturday, 78 on Sunday, and warmer still as you head back to work on Monday. Right now, we have cloudy skies and 57 in the city.
At 6:45, we check in with Scott Carney filling in for Katrina today.
Charlie, there were massive storms that swept through France. Speaking of the rain that we're facing, we have nothing compared to what happened there. They had a real heat wave, and then these torrential storms came through. 2 people were killed, 17 people were injured, and while the prime minister was speaking at Parliament, the roof sprung a leak. So water started coming in. They had to shut things down, make sure that they could get checked out, and they stopped it with some absorbent pads. But sadly, yes, a falling tree killed a 12-year-old child in southwest France, and then a man died when his bike hit a toppled tree in the northwest.
Well, okay. Rough weather in Europe.
Rough weather, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Coming up here on Seattle's Morning News, we're going to check in with Luke Ducey with this week's Tech Talk. Look at the technology used by Seattle police last week during that standoff with a gunman in Madison Park.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Oh, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you can be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, we've got a new administration. What have we seen as a result at the IRS?
Well, the result that I think everyone is seeing is, unfortunately, reduction in staff.
And yet people think that because of those reductions, they're in a better spot.
Well, it's not necessarily the case, because the IRS is still going to work with the staff that they have. And in fact, their collection activity is going up.
But now is also the best time to get something done that could be favorable to the taxpayer who owes.
It's very interesting. I've had 2 cases now that I was able to get settled with the IRS fairly quickly and with some excellent results. I think they're just trying to get any case where there's a real live person working on it through the system quicker. They're needing to handle a lot more cases. The caseload isn't going to slow down.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus, provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
6:48 now in today's Tech Talk. During last week's officer-involved shooting and standoff with an ex-convict accused of shooting his girlfriend, then opening fire on officers, Seattle police called in reinforcements.
Not just officers, but technology like drones from neighboring law enforcement agencies. Why? Well, KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey explains a strict city ordinance limits how SPD can deploy surveillance technology, forcing them to rely on other departments during life-threatening emergencies.
A chaotic scene captured by body cameras outside the victim's Seattle apartment.
He is reloading. We need additional units now.
Police say 53-year-old Daniel Jolliffe shot the victim in her back, then fired at officers through a window on the second floor. During the ensuing standoff, Chief Sean Barnes said they deployed dozens of officers and several technology devices.
Some of our partnering agencies had a drone trying to determine whether we could see or communicate with him.
Toward the end of the standoff, according to one source, police flew a drone inside the apartment to locate Jolliffe, who was armed, to prevent the SWAT team walking blindly into potential danger. It was a drone SPD scrambled to borrow from another agency in the midst of chaos because they're not allowed to own one themselves. In that critical moment,
drop the gun, it's the Seattle Police!
SPD did not have the tools. They had to ask for them.
I think being able to use technology to keep people safe, even to keep the suspects safe, it's extremely important that we use it, that we have the ability to use it.
Since SPD won't talk about the case still under investigation, I talked with former King County Sheriff John Urquhart, who's dealt with multiple standoffs in his career.
There are people that don't want us to have any technology at all because they think we're going to misuse it.
But he tells me it's ultimately up to government leaders.
It's really not up to us or even the press to second guess what people want. It's up to the city council to reflect those wishes. And if people are against or don't trust their police department with some of this technology, then so be it.
Seattle's surveillance ordinance requires SPD to get city council approval to buy or use any surveillance technologies, including drones and robots. There is an exemption in the ordinance for acquiring and using surveillance equipment in the event of an emergency situation that poses an imminent and serious risk of death or substantial bodily harm. But it was only in the last couple of years city council allowed SPD to use throw phones designed to toss through windows to a suspect if necessary during hostage negotiations, a tool other agencies have been using for the last 20 years. At the scene,
he's shooting out of this window and this door.
The King County Sheriff's Office and SeaTac Police sent 2 drones. A Bellevue police spokesperson says they sent a SWAT team and other technology assets.
Come on with your hands up!
Clyde Hill police tell me they deployed a drone to the scene to watch the apartment in case the suspect tried to escape out the back. Another drone came from Mount Lake Terrace police, while Edmonds police said they also deployed a drone. Their spokesperson tells me drones are becoming more commonplace in law enforcement, and they're a good tool, they think, to look for barricaded suspects. Because the only thing in danger in that situation is a small piece of equipment. SPD is the largest police department in the state. In 2013, Mayor Mike McGinn shut down a proposed drone program, Charlie and Manda, before it even got off the ground. The independent news site Hard Press, though, they say that SPD is in the process of asking City Council for permission now to use drones. They've submitted a plan, apparently, in 2023. In 2024, the city said a surveillance impact study needed to be done. Now it's 2025 and still no drones.
I remember covering this story 12 years ago when it was a huge controversy in the city of Seattle because I think at the time the concern was drones weren't as familiar to people as they are now. Right. And there were a lot of privacy concerns and a lot of people feared what police might do with them. Sounds like what they're doing with drones right now are keeping officers safe by allowing the drones to go into crime scenes and officers or SWAT teams don't have to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of law enforcement experts told me, that was way back when. Now look at it. You look out your window and maybe your neighbor's flying a drone, and that maybe that expectation of privacy, people have gotten used to it. But there is going to be next week a part 2 to this story. We're going to dive into what you just talked about, the ethics and concerns from experts who think drones are perhaps too intrusive still and too inviting for police to spy on citizens.
Okay, look forward to that. Thank you, Luke. It's 6:53.
And that's time to head over to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are looking at building volumes out there. And at least one of our freeways looks relatively normal in terms of the travel times. Others are a little lighter. So if you're coming up the I-5 corridor, we had a stall right near 272nd in the HOV lane as you went up out of Federal Way. It cleared, but that set us behind. We're at 30 minutes now to go from Federal Way to South Center and about 55 minutes now to go all the way to Seattle. So we're starting to see a little bit more action there. The Valley Freeway is filled in. We're not quite 50 minutes to make the drive from Puyallup to Renton. Still about 25 to make it out of Auburn. And
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
$15 in that hot lane. It'll only save you a couple of minutes. And again, it's a little lighter than I would expect to have the algorithm kick it to 15, but there you go. That's what we're paying. Coming down, then Renton to Bellevue is about 32 minutes, so definitely the S-curves are active. Coming down from the north end, just under 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, as you see the brake lights there in the usual places, primarily away from Linwood. They're not as thick as they could be. Again, that's one of the corridors that's a little lighter, at least at this particular moment, as we reach towards 7 a.m. Across the lake, we're still doing really well. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
We won't tell our robot overlords you're questioning the algorithm.
Oh, I will. I always question the algorithm because I want to make sure it skews in the driver's favor.
There you go. All right. Speaking of being in our favor, today, we are going to have some clouds and drizzle, highs in the upper 60s. Tomorrow, chance of showers, but look at this. Saturday and Sunday, both days, mostly sunny, and we're looking at temperatures in the low to mid-70s. Mid-80s by Monday. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 55.
6:55 on Seattle's Morning News. The Pentagon held a news conference earlier this morning surrounding the damage done by U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. It got a little heated at times. CBS Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson will join us live at 7:15.
And, of course, remember, we have traffic every 10 minutes on the 3. Sully is coming up at 7:03. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Escalation.
The U.S. attacks Iran.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America.
Stay with KIRO News Radio for the very latest.
Iran launching missile attacks today on U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq. Retaliation for the American bombing.
And what it means here at home.
The Bremerton-based USS Nimitz is on its way to the Middle East.
Experience local voices you trust. Stay with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and mynorthwest.com. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar today at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar today at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar today at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A surprise decision from a CDC advisory panel handpicked by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. They've voted in favor of recommending a shot that protects babies against RSV. Correspondent Michael Wallace.
The Prevention Advisory Committee's vote was 5-2. It's suggesting babies under 8 months who are born during or entering their first RSV season should get 1 dose of Merck's clesrovimab. One of the dissenting panel members is concerned about deaths in clinical trials of the vaccine. The other is worried about the timing of the shot and that it might interact poorly with other vaccines.
Pediatricians had been concerned the vote would go the other way. Dr. Jennifer Duchan at New York City's Mount Sinai Hospital.
RSV can be extremely severe. It can send children to the ICUs. It can cause them to need intubation, a breathing tube.
A negative note on the economy today. The Commerce Department says it shrank more than earlier estimates showed. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
There was a huge uptick in imports, a deceleration in consumer spending, and also a downturn in government spending. Putting those three things together meant that we saw the economy shrink by 0.5 percentage point in the first quarter of the year from the previous quarter.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's doubling down on the Trump administration's insistence U.S. airstrikes demolished Iran's nuclear capabilities.
The reality is you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated. Choose your word. This was an historically successful attack, and we should celebrate it as Americans. And it gives us a chance to have peace, chance to have a deal, and an opportunity to prevent a nuclear Iran.
The Ayatollah spoke today for the first time since the strikes and the ceasefire with Israel. He warned against any further U.S. attacks on Iran. Israeli press reports say Israel has temporarily stopped aid to Gaza after a hardline Israeli official threatened to leave the government if it continued to reach Hamas. Reporter Linda Gradstein from Jerusalem.
Israeli press reports said the aid cutoff came after images circulated on social media of masked men on aid trucks, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered the army to present a plan within 2 days to prevent Hamas from taking control of the aid.
A quartet of private astronauts has reached the International Space Station.
Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
The Axiom mission blasted off from Florida yesterday, carrying a crew from India, Poland, Hungary, and the commander from the U.S. It is a first for those international travelers. The Dow is up 171 points. S&P ahead 22 as it nears a new record. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And it's not too bad out there as we work our way past the 7 o'clock hour. The heaviest drive, definitely 405 northbound from Renton on up through the Newcastle area. We've got about a 35-minute trip now from Renton to Bellevue. There is some spillover behind that on the Valley Freeway, but it's not too bad. I mean, it's running under 50 minutes, which is pretty good. I mean, you hit the brakes in Auburn, you hit it at the north end, but it's manageable. Now that we have cleared the crash on northbound I-5, or as a stall, actually blocking the HOV lane near 272nd up out of Federal Way. We're getting much better on that drive. We're under an hour from Federal Way to Seattle, though there are brake lights up the 5 curb as you work your way to 18. Most of Pierce County in general at this time of day is actually pretty quiet, which is great, and no issues from Olympia to Tacoma. Coming down from the north end, it's lighter than you might expect. I mean, you're going to have the congestion away from Linwood on I-5. You're going to have it through Bothell on 405, but 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue is a pretty good number. The lake bridges are quiet. Eastbound 18 over Tiger Mountain is manageable. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup, which has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure your today's pricing on tomorrow's car. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning at 7:04. We are tracking the latest on 2 separate attacks near homeless camps in Seattle.
In each incident, the suspects were armed with machetes. One even carried a homemade spear. That suspect is now charged with assaulting a Seattle police officer.
Following both stories is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Let's start with Tuesday night. A man was attacked with a machete in Lake City's Albert Davis Park. Police say the victim was playing music and dancing near a homeless camp when the suspect came up from behind and slashed the victim with a machete. The victim had minor injuries, thankfully, no arrests so far. But last week, Casey McNerthney, a spokesperson with the King County Prosecutor's Office, tells me officers were clearing a homeless encampment in the Queen Anne Greenbelt when a man there who was already armed with a machete and a knife then grabbed a homemade spear.
He armed himself with this long metal pole with a 5-inch blade on the end and then lunged at an officer, and it went through his jacket. The spear struck the officer in the abdomen.
But it turns out the spear never pierced the officer's skin. McNerthney tells me his vest saved him from that. That Greenbelt has been in the headlines before. You'll remember last year there was a large fire there on that hillside after it started inside a tent, police say. Also, according to several community news sites, that camp is known for rampant drug use, trash, and drug needles scattered in the woods.
Really concerning when you see that kind of violence when officers are trying to de-escalate a situation like that. But also, have to convey the message that you can't stay here. We'll give you resources, but you can't stay here.
The stabbing suspect with that spear is scheduled to be arraigned a little later this morning.
Thank you, Luke. A fire on Lake Union sent thick smoke into the Seattle sky yesterday afternoon.
Seattle Fire says it started just before 4:30 at a marina on Westlake Avenue North. A 40-foot boat caught fire and the flames spread to the roof above it. People nearby say they heard a loud boom.
Explosion. The windows kind of came. We felt a ginormous explosion. The windows kind of came in a little bit. At first we thought it was just a boat that had hit the marina, but it was quite substantial.
Now, one man said it felt like a boat crashed into a dock. Crews called in a second alarm and worked from land and water. The boat eventually sank, but firefighters kept the flames from spreading. No one was hurt. Coast Guard now handling the cleanup to keep fuel and debris out of the lake.
Shots fired on I-5 and a high-tech camera system helped track the suspect. State Patrol says it happened Wednesday afternoon near Kent. A driver in a black Chevy Equinox fired several rounds at another car. No one was hit. Thanks to witnesses and flock cameras, deputies found the car at Angle Lake Park. They detained multiple people and arrested the shooter. Troopers say they also recovered handguns. The suspect is now in the King County Jail.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
How does it feel this morning?
Just great. It's almost Friday.
It is. It's Thursday.
What is happening?
It's Thursday, June 26th, Friday Eve.
Indeed.
Well, we have myself, there's Manda, there's Sully, there's David. We've got Nick over there picking the music, and Scott Carty is out in the newsroom filling in for Katrina today.
Yep, Mariners looking for a series win today in Minnesota against the Twins. We have breakfast baseball. First pitch is at 10:10 this morning.
And this morning. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't feel right, but...
Are you kidding me?
I can stay awake for the whole game.
Baseball, yeah.
All right. Well, coming up on this hour of the show, CBS Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson breaks down the Defense Secretary's news conference this morning about U.S. strikes on Iran. How much damage did they really do? There are a lot of differing opinions. Eleanor helps us sort it all out.
We also want you to send in your tolling questions to Sully. Chris's checkpoint today on new tolling in our state. The text line, 888-973-5476.
It's 7:08 here on Seattle's Morning News. ICE is dispelling rumors they are using bounty hunters to boost their arrest numbers.
The agency says it's just the latest piece of misinformation being shared online. Our Gwen Baumgartner sat down with the Seattle ICE field director.
Amid a national directive to detain and deport historic numbers, ICE agents say they rely on partnerships to increase their arrests. ICE agents have been increasingly working in tandem with Border Patrol, the DEA, and local law enforcement, depending on the state. But according to Seattle's ICE field director, the agency does not partner with bounty hunters, despite some viral social media posts to the contrary.
That is not accurate. There was some talk about bringing in some more contractors related to our detention space and our processing space. So I wonder if those two things might have got conflated for some people.
Seattle Field Director Kamala Wamsley says local ICE agents, not bounty hunters, have a goal to arrest 30 to 50 people each day. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO Newsradio.
Recently, scammers have been taking advantage of young people with a lot of money in Bellevue. Crooks reach out to their victims. In this case, they are in their 20s or 30s. This is over the phone, online, even social media. They're posing as Chinese police. They say they've been unknowingly participating in a major crime like fraud or identity theft and then demand money. Otherwise, they'll be arrested or have their assets frozen.
It prompted these young people to, and understandably so, because they're scared, do everything they can to show that they are not the folks that they were being portrayed.
Drew Anderson with Bellevue Police says last month, a 36-year-old woman wired more than $1 million to a scammer. If you think you've been a victim, you're asked to contact the FBI or Bellevue PD.
A legal challenge filed this week aims to stop clinic closures at Valley Medical Center. The SEIU union filed a lawsuit Monday to pause the shutdowns and layoffs, saying the move puts community care at risk. The union represents more than 2,400 workers at Valley Medical. Jordan Middleton is one of the nurses, and recently she was a patient, too. She says she got great care, but the staffers were nervous about their jobs, and that made her nervous.
The last thing I want the people that literally saved my life, the last thing I want them worrying about is, what is my job going to be here in a few weeks? Am I going to have health insurance? We don't need our people being that stressed.
In a statement, the hospital said in part, Valley is in a critical financial position, and these are difficult decisions that no one ever wants to make. It adds Valley is doing everything possible to help stabilize operations.
State lawmakers pulled funding from Dolly Parton's Imagination Library earlier this year to help balance the state budget. But just yesterday, State School Superintendent Chris Rakedahl announced his office will use discretionary funding to keep the program alive for one more year. The goal is to get permanent funding next session. The program provides Washington children ages 5 and under with a free book in the mail every month.
When they get old enough to wait for that in the mailbox, they're going to get that book and they're going to make somebody sit down with them and read it.
That was Dolly celebrating the Imagination Library in Tacoma back in 2023.
The Mariners are mourning the loss of a Seattle baseball original. Diego Segui pitched in both the first game for the Seattle Pilots in 1969 and the very first Mariners game in 77. He played 15 seasons in the majors. Segui was 87 years old. His family includes his son David, you'll remember, a former Mariner, and grandson Corey, who threw the ceremonial final pitch at the Kingdome.
And Seattle celebrating one of its greatest sports icons. A statue of Lenny Wilkens will be unveiled Saturday outside Climate Pledge Arena. Ceremony starts at 11:45 in the morning. Wilkens played for the Sonics, coached them to a championship, even served as GM. His number 19 is one of just 6 retired by the team. Wilkens is 87 now. He's the only person in basketball history to be honored in the Hall of Fame 3 times.
It's now 7:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. We have showers in the forecast for today, 66 our high, and then tomorrow we'll get to some sun breaks by afternoon with a chance of showers early on in 68. The weekend looks beautiful. Mostly sunny, 73 Saturday, 78 on Sunday, and then warming to the low 80s on Monday. Right now it's cloudy and 57 in Seattle.
Coming up on 7:13, and Sully is watching the roads at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're adding a few more people out there as we've reached past 7 a.m., and we're looking at some brake lights away from Linwood, a little bit heavier at this particular moment. Definitely down past 44th as you work your way out of Linwood, and then from Canyon Park down through Bothell. Give yourself about 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, which at this time of day is not too bad. Still under an hour from Federal Way to Seattle, though we are picking up more action from the middle of Boeing Field on up past I-90. We're getting reports there might be something about middle of Boeing Field. I haven't been able to find it as of yet, but there is some braking there as you kind of make your way up the hill before that sweeping left-hand downhill curve towards the Michigan curve. But overall, not too bad. The Puyallup to Renton Drive, 50 minutes, about average, maybe a little under. But then you hit those Renton S curves, and they're just annoyingly slow today. Up past SR 900, then it gets better, but 35 minutes to make the drive there. The Lake Bridges are quiet. Maple Valley Highway's not too bad as you pull your way away from Highway 18. Most of Pierce County is looking really good. Same with Thurston. Lake Bridges quiet, if I haven't mentioned, and it looks like there is just, the normal to lighter stuff on eastbound 18 over Tiger Mountain. This report brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner for Washington State. You can help stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors, known as SHEBA. Learn more by searching online for Washington State Medicare fraud.
It's now 7:14. Filling in for Katrina this morning at the news desk is KIRO Newsradio's Scott Cardy.
Amanda, let's do a nice story. Let's get some good news out in the world.
Good idea.
So there's this local dentist, and he was telling his kids about a young patient that he saw and treated for free because of financial troubles. And he said the kid had seriously damaged his teeth while playing sports because he couldn't afford a mouthguard. That's when Samara, Kieran, and Caden Merchant from Woodinville had this idea, and they told KIRO 7.
Really what we want to do is start a movement, and we really want to make mouthguards socially acceptable and make them worn throughout all contact sports.
And when they say contact sports, they're talking about volleyball that they play. They're talking about soccer, everything, because they want to see kids be safe. So they started raising money last summer. They created a nonprofit called Safe Smiles, and they now use the money to purchase high-quality mouthguards, and they've given them all away for free.
That is super awesome.
As they say, rock the mouthguard, own the game.
All right, Scott, classic. Thank you. It's 7:15.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Contradictory reports this week on how effective Saturday's U.S. airstrikes on Iranian nuclear sites were. President Trump said the sites were obliterated. Iran claimed the strikes only set back the nuclear programs by a matter of months.
Well, this morning, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth held a news conference at the Pentagon to address the confusion.
Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities.
CBS Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson has been following this as she joins us now. What did we learn from this news conference, Eleanor?
Good morning. Yeah, the news conference went into detail about the planning of the strike on Saturday, and the defense secretary urged the media, criticized the media for reporting on the initial assessments before giving some more time for assessments of the impact of the strikes to be carried out. He said that the pilots and the airmen involved in the mission conducted it successfully, and the battle damage assessment is still ongoing.
What type of evidence was provided by Hegseth and Kane about how the airstrikes went?
So they said that they're not going to be from the podium giving the battle damage assessment, but General Kane went through how this mission was planned. It's the culmination of 15 years of work, he said, and he presented a graphic of where the massive ordnance penetrators, the 30,000-pound bombs, struck at the Fordow site in Iran. He went through about 6 of the massive ordnance penetrators and then showed a video of previous tests to illustrate that the design of these weapons is for a facility like Fordow to penetrate deep underground and ensure that the facility is destroyed. Now, the language, the doctrinal terms of whether it's destroyed, severely damaged, extremely damaged, that will work itself out in assessments as they gather more intelligence.
You mentioned Hegseth was critical of the media. There were a couple of uncomfortable moments when he got a little confrontational.
That's right. He was asked a question by Jennifer Griffin at Fox News. He did not call on her, but she followed up when he did not answer a previous reporter's question, and he described her as one of the worst, which, having worked in the Pentagon press corps, I can say that Jennifer Griffin is not the worst. She's one of the best, but she defended herself and her reporting, and eventually Secretary Hegseth did answer the question about whether or not highly enriched uranium was moved from the sites before the attack. He says he's not aware that any uranium was moved before the attack.
Now, CNN initially came out with its reporting that the damage might not have been as severe as initially reported by the White House, and they said they had sources in the Defense Intelligence Agency sharing that with them. How unusual is that to get a leak from the DIA?
It is highly unusual, and I think is part of the frustration we saw from the defense secretary at the podium today. The caveat that CNN put out when they released the report was that it was an early assessment, an initial assessment, only a few days after the strike. And the Defense Intelligence Agency came out and said that they will be investigating the leak along with the FBI, and said that the assessment that was reported on was preliminary and a low confidence assessment because they still have not gotten to the physical site to inspect it.
What's the latest on what Iran is saying about all this?
Iran has said that the sites are damaged, but the Ayatollah, in a statement, rare statement these days, we haven't heard much from the Ayatollah, said that the strikes did not achieve the success that the U.S. wanted. Now, we have to take those claims with a grain of salt, of course, but right now there are conflicting assessments over just how far Iran's nuclear program was set back.
And Eleanor, when can we expect the final assessment from the Department of Defense?
General Kane on Sunday said it could take a few weeks. I suspect with all of this reporting on the initial assessment that once there is a final assessment, they will release what is publicly shareable. It could take some time, though.
All right, Eleanor, thanks for the latest this morning. We appreciate it. CBS Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson.
The Justice Department is suing all 15 federal judges in Maryland. The story from CBS's Christopher Cruz.
The administration is disputing an order signed in May by the chief judge that blocks the immediate deportation of migrants who ask federal judges in the state to review their detention. The order blocks the removal until 4 p.m. on the second business day after the request for review is filed. The administration says the automatic pause on removals is lawless, violates a Supreme Court ruling, and impedes the president's authority to enforce immigration laws. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
President Trump is hosting a White House event today focusing on what he calls his big, beautiful bill.
The White House says this event will bring everyday Americans to the forefront who will demonstrate how the president's budget bill will affect their daily lives. It comes as Senate Republicans try to pass the bill before the July 4th recess, and as some members of their own caucus have balked at some of the provisions. President Trump hopes to highlight some of his key elements through a DoorDash driver and a hairstylist. They will talk about no tax on tips, and a senior citizen who will talk about no tax on Social Security. If the Senate passes the bill, it will still have to go back to the House. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The FDA says it's published expanded warnings about the risk of a heart side effect from the mRNA COVID shots from Pfizer and Moderna. We get more from CBS News reporter Alexander Tin.
The FDA says it has stepped up its warning on mRNA COVID vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna about a heart inflammation side effect known as myocarditis or pericarditis that has been linked to the shots. The FDA's new warning cites a study that found abnormal heart scans that show potential heart injury that could last months after vaccination. But the warning also acknowledges that the actual significance of this finding is still unknown.
A group of celebrities wrote an open letter to Congress protesting proposed SNAP and Medicaid cuts in the budget bill currently in the Senate. With the story, here's CBS's Nicole Killian.
From Matt Damon to Sheryl Crow, dozens of celebrities have penned an open letter to Congress protesting proposed cuts to Medicaid and food assistance in President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. They write, Congress is now considering a bill that would make some of the largest cuts to SNAP and Medicaid in U.S. history. This is unacceptable and wrong. GOP leaders say the cuts are aimed at eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. They're pushing for a final vote to get the legislation to the president's desk by July 4th. Nicole Killian, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
It's just about 7:23. That's time for traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes. And Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've pushed up to about an hour now on some of our drives, especially if you're coming down out of the north end. Brake lights on I-5 southbound begin in Linwood. You get a little break in Mountain Lake Terrace, then you hit it again towards Shoreline. We might have a new crash approaching 175th. They're just after it. So an hour drive from there. Also an hour from Everton to Bellevue with the brake lights. They're kind of petering out once you're past 522. Also about an hour now to go from Federal Way to Seattle, 30 minutes to South Center, 30 minutes from. We've got brake lights easing between South Center and through Tukwila. Renton to Bellevue is about 40 minutes now. The Valley Freeway definitely 50 from end to end, with 30 of those minutes out of Auburn. And across the Tiger Mountain area, we're bumper to bumper for eastbound 18, but nothing super out of line. Olympia to Tacoma is nice and easy. Most of Pierce County is actually pretty quiet. The lake bridges are as well. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Get lower home energy bills, cleaner air, year-round comfort with aerosol duct cleaning starting for just $99 for PSE customers, replacing their furnace and heat pump, or heat pump, that is. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Cloudy, occasional showers this afternoon, a high of 66. A chance of showers tomorrow, but also a lot of sunbreak. 68 for our high. And then a nice patch of weather is in front of us with highs in the low 70s, sunny on Saturday, upper 70s to low 80s the next several days after that so far. 4th of July looking pretty nice. Right now in Seattle, we have clouds and 56.
Coming up, the latest on a boat explosion that sent that boat to the bottom of Lake Union. That's coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today? Oh, fabulous. You're looking a little, are you a little glum? No. Oh, you're fabulous. Fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it. Good for you. I'm a transmission fluid half full kind of guy. Oh, that's nice. How's that? You need that today. I do need that. Because you're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that? Yeah, of course it is. You know, we live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well, and your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
It's Olympic Hot Tubs Mid-Year Clearance Spectacular, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. You'll find incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater and pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. OlympiCHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:31. Breaking news this morning. The U.S. Supreme Court says states can cut off Medicaid money to Planned Parenthood. That 6-3 ruling came just moments ago with all 3 liberal justices dissenting.
This started in South Carolina, where Republican Governor Henry McMaster had moved to block Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood back in 2018. He said no public money should go to the group, even for things like birth control or cancer screenings. Planned Parenthood doesn't use public money for abortions, but Medicaid patients often go there because it's hard to find other doctors who accept it. Public health groups say cutting off funding could hurt access, especially in rural areas.
We are tracking the latest on 2 separate attacks near homeless camps in Seattle. In each incident, the suspects were armed with machetes. One even carried a homemade spear. That suspect now charged with assaulting a Seattle police officer, and KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Yeah, Amanda, let's start with that attack Tuesday night. A man was attacked with a machete in Lake City's Albert Davis Park. Police say the victim was playing music and dancing near a homeless camp when the suspect came up from behind and slashed the victim with a machete. That victim was taken to the hospital, had minor injuries, no arrests so far, but last week, Casey McNerthme, a spokesperson with the King County Prosecutor's Office, tells me officers were clearing a homeless camp in the Queen Anne Greenbelt when a man there who was already armed with a machete and knife then grabbed a homemade spear.
He armed himself with this long metal pole with a 5-inch blade on the end and then lunged at an officer, and it went through his jacket. The spear struck the officer in the abdomen.
Yeah, but thankfully, the spear never pierced the officer's skin. His vest actually saved him from that. That Greenbelt has been in the headlines before. Last year, you might remember this, a large fire burned up and down the hillside there after starting inside a tent. Also, according to several community news sites, that camp is known for rampant drug use, trash, and drug needles scattered in the woods. The stabbing suspect with the spear, he is scheduled to be arraigned a little later on this morning.
Thanks, Luke. Billions spent in still just a sliver of the commute. The Puget Sound Regional Council projects by 2050, only 3% of daily trips on the roadways will be on Sound Transit. That's despite the $54 billion ST3 plan.
The Center Square says Sound Transit is now reviewing its finances as costs climb and federal funding dips. Some groups want to reallocate money to cheaper options like van pools and electric buses. But Sound Transit leaders say they are sticking with what voters approved. They admit costs are rising and timelines may shift, but they say no projects are being cut.
It's 7:33 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and Chris Sullivan is watching the roads for us.
God, if we'd only thought of this before. Oh, wait, we did report on all of this in 2016 when people voted for it.
Billion here, billion there. I mean,
what's another 5 or 10 years behind schedule, or maybe it never gets to West Seattle or Ballard. Yeah, whatever.
How's the traffic this morning?
Well, it's light on light rail. See what I did there? That's a lie. I can't really see the trains right now.
And again, what's happening in traffic
this morning? It's really heavy on southbound I-5, where you can take a light rail train from Linwood down through Shoreline. It might be faster today because there was a little crash near 175th over on the right shoulder now. So it's about an hour and 10-minute drive from Everett into Seattle, about an hour from Everett to Bellevue. Nothing out of line for a Thursday morning. Northbound I-5 is seeing some heavy brake lights up towards 18, and then Federal Way to Seattle, just right about an hour. Not too bad, maybe an hour and 5, depending on how you hit the volume past the West Seattle Bridge. It's about 35 minutes from South Center. Back under 40 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, 50 minutes or less, so not bad. Olympia to Tacoma's quiet. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by the Harnish Auto family. Over 40 years, Harnish Auto family has built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. Find your next car at harnishautofamily.com. Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
You know, producer David really dropped the ball here.
How so?
It's part of his job to be the gatekeeper, and he allowed Sully walk right in that door with his soapbox.
Sully is his own manager, so unfortunately I don't have any control.
Just ask him.
True that.
All right. The forecast looks improving. Let's say that. Today, a chance of showers, a high of 68. Tomorrow, partly sunny, 73. And by the weekend, we are talking about low 70s, maybe even upper 70s into next week with a lot of sun. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 56.
Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
It was a fiery scene on Lake Union, and it had people running with garden hoses. Seattle Fire says a boat caught fire about 4:30 yesterday afternoon in a covered marina off Westlake Avenue North.
Yeah, those flames spread quickly up into the roof and the dock. Witnesses say they tried to help before fire crews got there.
We were down there with garden hoses for a while. A couple boats were involved, and then the roof ended up getting fully engulfed as well.
Fire department upgraded it to a 2-alarm fire. They used fireboats and help from the Harbor Patrol to knock it down. The boat sank. No one was hurt. Coast Guard now working to contain any pollution in the water.
2 fishermen died in Copalis Beach in Grays Harbor County yesterday morning.
The Ocean Shores Fire Department got the call around 9:45 a.m. 2 surf fishermen were submerged in the breakers. Eventually, both were pulled from the water and onto shore. CPR, however, was not successful, and both died. Frank Lindsay, KIRO Newsradio.
There's a new proposal aimed to overhaul the current tax policy for Seattle businesses. The proposal temporarily raises the business and occupation tax exemption threshold from $100,000 in gross revenue to $2 million. It would also create a new B&O deduction. Councilmember Alexis Mercedes Rink, alongside Mayor Bruce Harrell yesterday, claimed the change will rake in about $90 million in additional revenue while lowering taxes for about 90% of local businesses.
We're asking the largest corporations to pay their fair share while actually reducing taxes for small and medium businesses. And we're asking them to contribute to the community that made their success possible.
President of the Downtown Seattle Association is pushing back. John Scholes says the proposal risks more businesses leaving downtown.
It's not a great idea to then increase the taxes on the other employers in our city. And what effectively this proposal is it's a plate of dog food with some whipped cream on top.
This would require both city council and voter approval. If passed, it would go into effect next year.
A woman hit in the eye during a protest is getting a big payout. Nikita Tarver just settled her lawsuit for $825,000. She was hit by a rubber bullet during a 2020 Black Lives Matter protest in Seattle. At first, she thought it came from a Seattle police officer, but court records show it was actually fired by a Washington State Patrol trooper. That trooper, Nick King, was helping Seattle police during the protest. According to the Seattle Times, he was not disciplined and was dropped from the lawsuit when it was settled. The state attorney general's office says the deal includes no admission of wrongdoing.
A new lawsuit claims a Seattle student was terrorized for being Jewish, and the school failed to act. Girls' parents are suing Seattle Public Schools. They say the harassment started after the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. The lawsuit includes photos of swastikas and hateful messages on campus. It also says students told her to kill herself and praised Hitler. According to the Seattle Times, things escalated in May. The complaint says a group of students chased her through Nathan Hale High School, threatening violence. She hid in a classroom with a teacher, and she no longer attends that school.
King County has confirmed 2 new cases of measles.
One in a child, the other in an adult, but both live in the same house. The Department of Health says they likely got sick after hosting a visitor from another country.
KIRO 7 TV's Monique Minglavin. These latest infections raise Washington's total measles cases to 10 so far this year. The Public Health Department says the pair may have exposed others at multiple locations across Bellevue, Issaquah, Mercer Island, Newcastle, and Seattle. You can see a full list of those places at mynorthwest.com.
The Seahawks bolster their defense by bringing back a former Pro Bowl cornerback.
Shaq Griffin intercepts it down at the 3-yard line. There's one of those days that got tipped up.
NFL Network reports Shaquille Griffin signed a 1-year deal worth up to $4 million. He started more than 50 games for the Hawks from 2017 to 2020.
Love it. It's 7:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the southbound I-5 drive, which is slowed by a crash in Shoreline. We'll break it down for you next.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when then they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO Newsradio YouTube page.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So you and I have talked before about the folks who think they can do this themselves. And again, I imagine there are a lot of people who are saying, well, new administration, fewer staff members, now I truly can get it done.
Really, in this situation, I do feel really bad for the taxpayer because here you're getting a notice. You call the IRS, you're going to be on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. And so getting through is going to be more difficult. And when you do get through, you're going to be talking to people that are not as well trained as they have been in the past.
Which makes it even easier for them to take advantage, even if it's not intended, against the person who owes taxes.
I've heard it said that they just will make up something because they want to respond to the taxpayer. And people are going to get some really bad information and they're not going to know.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
7:43, and before we get you the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, Sully, you want people to be texting in questions about tolling for your choke point coming up.
Oh, I have a choke point coming up. That's right. Yeah.
My little reminder to you.
888-973-5476. Voice to text. Have your pastor text us. Do it from work. Yeah. How much do you love tolls? And tell me why. Especially now that they're expanding.
I love them because they're great.
Yeah. Awesome. Please, I can use your help. And I'm at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
I've already said that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I slipped it in there.
My brain
made it sound all smooth.
I've got marbles bing, 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 bing around my head. I forgot. I thought I'd already done the traffic report.
Do I have to do this every time?
Yes,
Sully, how about the traffic?
You're getting used to it now. My head is a Plinko machine. Looking at the drive now, we did have a crash on southbound I-5 at 175th and Shoreline. It's over on the right-hand shoulder, but that's caused the extra braking that we do have, pulling away from the Edmonds exit there, right by the Nile Golf Course. We've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, about an hour from Everett to Bellevue, so not too bad. But yes, we did just hit the $15 max for our good friend Annette, who's asleep now that she's retired. We have about the brake lights there right where you expect, but about 20 minutes you'll pick up if you can afford that $15. Auburn to Renton running right around 30 with 50 from Puyallup, then under 40 from Renton to Bellevue, so manageable for a Thursday. Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 5, got 35, 38 of those minutes to get you from South Center. Those last couple of miles are going to be a little rough. Across the lake, though, no issues. This report brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner of Washington State. You can help stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors. Call 800-562-6900.
And our forecast here, you're probably going to get a little wet today. We'll see rain at times, headed for a high of 67. Improving tomorrow, we'll get to some sun breaks late in the day, a chance of showers in 68. Then the weekend looks beautiful. Mostly sunny Saturday and Sunday. We'll be into the upper 70s by Sunday, low 80s on Monday. It's cloudy and 57 in Seattle right now.
7:45, and Scott Carty is filling in for Katrina at the news desk today.
This morning's topic is arrive to work on time, especially when you have a big debut on a national network like Fox News. Brett Cooper is a Gen Z conservative, and she had to get very humble with her 1.3 million Instagram fans yesterday.
Hello, everyone. I am reporting live from a Buc-ee's in the middle of Texas.
But she was actually supposed to be on the Will Kane show for her debut. Her debut as a co-host. She missed her debut as a co-host, and the car troubles were really the
But a
problem.
series of unfortunate events left my husband and I on the side of the road in Texas on the freeway as we were trying to get between Austin and Dallas for the tour that I'm currently on. So I was not able to make it in time.
You know, say whatever you want about those Gen Zers and their work ethic.
Is she still the co-host?
She is. She's going to re-debut today.
All right. Maybe they could set up a studio inside the Buc-ee's.
Technology is a wonderful thing.
You never know. All right. Those questions on tolling for Sully as they add all sorts of new spots for tolling. That is coming up. 888-973-5476. Choke point on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The Mariners are back in town next week, and the action kicks off with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday through Wednesday. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Let's go.
Washington's toll system is undergoing a major transformation. See, I said transportation there. Over the next few years, Sully is here to take you through some of the changes.
Yeah, so big, I mean, groundbreaking changing. I mean, 167 is going to look like 405. 405 is going to be expanded. We're going to have the new system being streamlined and uniform when it comes to the express toll lanes. We're going to have 2 lanes all the way from Bellevue down into Renton coming up sometime next year. And so people who are on 167 are going to need flex passes, and there are going to be all sorts sorts of changes. But what I want to talk about now is what's happening really recently, or going to happen pretty quickly. In a few months, the newest tolls are going to go effect. The newest tolls in the state are going to go into effect for the first mile of the 509 Expressway. If you haven't seen it, or you've been wondering what they've been building over the freeway for the last couple of years, this goes from I-5 in SeaTac over to about 24th, about a mile. Those tolls are expected to go active around October, though the freeway is actually going to open on Saturday, if you can call it a freeway. Again, it goes a mile. Just last week, the Washington State Transportation Commission set the toll rates for that corridor. It's going to vary between $1.20 and $2.40, depending on the time of day, just to go that 1 mile. Now, of course, eventually, the entire corridor will go from I-5 to 188th and Burien, to where 509 currently stops in Burien, once that's all completed. And so those tolls will extend for that corridor. At the same time, the commission set the tolls for the 509-167 extension between the Port of Tacoma and Puyallup. They are in the process of building a brand new freeway where 167 ends technically as a freeway in Puyallup all the way over to I-5, and then that'll go down towards and connect to 509 at the Port of Tacoma. Well, okay, that's going to happen next year. Just 167 west of I-5 to 509, that little section there from Fife. And those tolls will go active in December of 2026 when that opens. The tolls east of I-5 to Puyallup are going to be, west of I-5, only going to be $1, no matter the time of day, going from I-5 west, they're left off the freeway. Now, the tolls east of I-5 from Puyallup will vary between $1 and $3, depending on the time of day. And here's the interesting thing. These tolls will also vary on 509 and 167 on the size of your rig. The more axles you have, the more you will pay, including if you just are hauling a trailer like I was last weekend. That counts as an extra axle. And those tolls are expected to go active in 2029. Big rigs could pay up to $9 on that toll from 167 over to I-5, or on 509 for the 1 mile that exists going forward, because at the max time they would have that plus, the multiple axles.
These are going to add up.
Yeah,
it's going to be an expensive drive.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very expensive. And one of the reasons why they created this 167 corridor was to get a lot of the trucks off of the side roads, get the trucks off of Highway 18, get the trucks off of I-5, so they would have a direct route from the Port of Tacoma to 167 and then to I-90 and then, from 18 over to 90. So they're going to end up paying the most for this. But again, this just goes on with all the new tolling that is happening everywhere. There is no HOV exemption for these on 509 or 167. Everyone's going to have to pay based on the time of day.
Okay, so we have a couple questions on the text line.
Okay.
First of all, is FlexPass the same as good to go?
Well, okay, right now, a FlexPass is good to go. A sticker pass is good to go. They're all part of the system. Good to go is the tolling system, the way you pay. What's going to happen on 167 is you're going to have to replace your sticker pass if you're a solo buying in with a flex pass, or if you're a person who drives in that lane right now for free as an HOV, you are also going to have to get a flex pass in your car so you can declare HOV and still be free. Though it's most likely you're going to need another person in your rig, because it's likely going to 3+ to be free during the prime times.
And just real quick here, another listener wants to know, where is the toll money going now?
Well, it goes into the legislators' slush fund for big parties they have after setting up $9 billion in new tax. No, by law, the money raised in each corridor has to go back into that corridor. Whatever they make, in terms of, doing all the, tolling, setting up the equipment, all that stuff, whatever that is every month, whatever they make over that has to go back into the corridor. In fact, that's why they've been able to speed up the work in Woodinville at 522 and 405, because of all the extra money they made. That's going right back into the corridor for improvements.
Okay, you can always check this out at mynorthwest.com. And by the way, I think you can just type in chokepoints.com and it goes to your site on My Northwest.
Yeah, it does.
You are at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now.
And we're approaching 8 a.m. and we look about average, maybe even a little lighter than. I mean, some Thursdays we're at an hour and 20 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Today we're running about an hour. The further south you go, the better it gets. And in fact, it's really not too bad over the Ship Canal Bridge. But it's looking like it might be shortly. Northbound I-5, Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 5. Got 40 minutes from South Center. Renton to Bellevue is about 40. Lake Bridge is picking up a little westbound, slowing, but not bad. The Valley Freeway is under 50 minutes, and Olympia to Tacoma is under 40. So all in all, we're in a pretty good spot. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
It's cloudy and 57. We're headed for a high of 67 with rain at times today. We should get to some sun breaks by tomorrow afternoon.
A major decision by the Supreme Court on funding for Planned Parenthood. CBS News will have the latest at the top of the hour. Then more of the day's top local stories. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Today is the last day to save big during our mid-year clearance spectacular. All 8 of our Puget Sound showrooms are open until 6 p.m. This is your last chance for incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
That's right, Dave. And WaFd Bank offers Collect Early to do it, which opens cash flow for things you need, like hiring summer staff or adding inventory. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. You'll also get access to other services to efficiently run your business, like projection programs for income and expenses, so you can focus on what really powers your business, your customers.
That sounds like a pretty helpful tool, Brad, because cash flow can be an issue for small businesses. So how does that work again?
With Collect Early, you don't wait weeks to get your invoices paid. It works with just about any invoicing software. So all you need to do is drag and drop to get funds deposited in your WaFd account and use it to help run your business.
Getting paid in hours, not weeks, the way nature intended. Go to wafdbank.com or visit your local branch. Discover why they were awarded Best Bank 3 years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Drs. Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar today at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, what is K2 Vision RLE? How long is the procedure and recovery time? Why can't you develop a cataract after having RLE? These questions and more will be covered today at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. Don't miss this free live webinar today at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Life can be stressful sometimes, but buying your new Subaru doesn't have to be. Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with South Carolina, ruling that states can cut off Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
This decision by the Supreme Court is only going to make it more difficult for Planned Parenthood to function without federal money from patients who choose them as medical providers. The plaintiff patient in this case was using Planned Parenthood for birth control because she has diabetes.
And her diabetes makes pregnancy potentially dangerous. The Senate parliamentarian says a key Medicaid provider overhaul that's central to the Trump tax cut and spending bill does not follow procedural rules. That means Republican leaders will have to consider other options or remove it. CBS's Michael Wallace tells us Health Secretary Kennedy's Vaccine Advisory Committee has approved a new RSV shot.
In a 5-2 vote, the panel recommended Merck's clesrovimab be given to infants under 8 months old who are born during or just before an RSV season, which usually begins in the fall. RSV is a common cause of cold-like symptoms that can inflame infants' small airways. The virus can be fatal. Earlier this month, Kennedy fired all 17 members of the advisory committee and replaced them with 7 people, some of whom are vaccine skeptics.
Defense Secretary Hegseth called the U.S. strikes in Iran highly successful today, and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Raisin Kane detailed some of the action.
Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5 were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet per second, and explode in the mission space.
The CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
What we're seeing today is they're circling the wagons, right? We're hearing from Tulsi Gabbard. We're hearing from the CIA. The IDF have already piled in. General Kane went through chapter and verse the number of bombs or MOPS that were used in the operation. He said they all went off. They all reached their target as planned. But what we don't know is how much damage was done there.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, said the U.S. attacks did not achieve anything significant and said Iran delivered a slap to the U.S. when it launched missiles at a base in Qatar. In a revised report, the government says the economy shrank at 0.5% annual pace from January through March. First estimate was 0.2%. CBS's Jill Schlesinger.
Most economists believe that the shrinking of the U.S. economy in the first quarter will reverse itself when the second quarter numbers are released.
And checking Wall Street's, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 300 points. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
It's 8:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we are doing okay for Thursday. The travel times are maybe not as heavy as you might expect. I mean, the brake lights are. I don't want to give you a false impression, but it's like if you're coming down from the north end, you're not going to hit the brakes at all on I-5 from Smoky Point all the way down to Linwood. There you hit them pretty hard, but for I-5, they loosen up through Shoreline and actually aren't too bad all the way down through the U District. We're looking at about an hour, maybe an hour and 5 from Everett to Seattle, maybe about an hour and 5 as well from Everett to Bellevue. I mean, it's bumper to bumper through Linwood all the way down through 522, but after that, it's not too bad either. Northbound I-5 is lighter through the Kent Des Moines Road than you might expect. Then you have about 40 minutes from South Center. That puts us at about an hour and 5, maybe all the way. So again, not as bad as it could be. Big long gap there in the middle. Valley Freeway heavy in Auburn, then from 180th on in, still about 50 minutes, but moving a little bit. Northbound I-405 through the Renton S curve, still pretty heavy. I'd give myself 45 minutes now to make that drive. 18 over Tiger Mountain, a little slow, but nothing you can't handle if you do it daily. Westbound across the lake, just starting to pick up the brake lights on 90, but from the Mount Baker Tunnel over, hasn't quite extended over the lake yet. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the packaging. For healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs, locally fresh since 1909.
Thursday, June 26th. This is Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor.
And we are tracking the latest on 2 separate attacks near homeless camps in Seattle. In each incident, the suspects were armed with machetes. One even carried a homemade spear.
That suspect is now charged with assaulting a Seattle police officer. And KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is live with the latest details.
Yeah, Charlie, let's start with the attack that happened just last week. Casey McNerthney, a spokesperson with the King County Prosecutor's Office, tells me Seattle police officers were clearing a homeless encampment in the Queen Anne Greenbelt when a man, already armed with a machete and a knife, then grabbed a homemade spear.
He armed himself with this long metal pole with a 5-inch blade on the end and then lunged at an officer, and it went through his jacket. The spear struck the officer in the abdomen.
But thankfully, the officer's vest prevented that spear from piercing his skin. Now to Tuesday night, a man was attacked with a machete in Lake City's Albert Davis Park. Police say the victim was playing music and dancing near a homeless camp there when the suspect came up from behind and slashed that victim with a machete. That victim was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. No arrests so far in that case. McNerthney tells me their office has been hearing a lot of complaints from residents that they don't do enough to prosecute people in homeless camps when crimes happen. That Greenbelt in Queen Anne has been in headlines before. Last year, a large fire burned on the hillside there after starting inside a tent. Also, according to several community news reports, that camp is known for rampant drug use, trash, and drug needles scattered in the woods. McNerthney responded to questions about that.
I think a lot of people wonder if cases like that are actually charged, and they are. It's important for folks to know that when you assault an officer like that, that's how you end up with what this guy has here, which is a first-degree assault charge.
And that stabbing suspect, armed allegedly with that spear, is scheduled to be arraigned a little later this morning.
Luke, thank you. A driver opened fire on I-5, and police say flock cameras helped catch him. State Patrol says it happened just before 1 yesterday afternoon near Kent, near the Kent Des Moines Road. Someone in a black Chevy Equinox shot at another car on northbound I-5. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
Witnesses helped identify the vehicle, and flock cameras spotted it near Angle Lake Park. Deputies found the car, detained several people, and arrested the suspected shooter. They also recovered handguns. Troopers say this is another example of how those flock cameras are helping solve crimes.
They say you could see the smoke from miles away when a boat caught fire yesterday afternoon in a covered marina on Lake Union.
Seattle Fire says this happened just before 4:30 near Westlake Avenue North. The flames spread fast up into the roof of the dock. People told KIRO TV's Jake Chapman they heard a huge explosion.
Massive. The boat at the center of this, a 40-foot vessel completely engulfed, flames rising sky high and catching the roof on fire.
They got help from the fireboat and Harbor Patrol. The boat eventually sank, but firefighters kept the flames from spreading. No one was hurt, and the Coast Guard's now working to contain any pollution in the water. The cause is still not known.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Why do I suddenly want to go roller skating?
Look at you guys.
Sorry.
I really think this is why you need to watch the YouTube live feed, because, Sully gets this crazed look in his eyes, and now he's just dancing in the studio.
I'm roller skating in my mind. It's beautiful.
What is going on here?
I just want to picture Sully roller skating backwards.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty good at that.
This was the jam.
We're all having good times, yeah.
Well, I'm Charlie, along with Manda. Sully is dancing and keeping an eye on the roads for us this morning.
Indeed.
So thank you, Sully.
And I'm still answering a bunch of questions about tolls.
Yeah.
And you can keep them coming on our text line. I'll answer all of them as best I can.
Okay.
All right. Producer David Burbank is here. Katrina Gishard has the day off. Frank Lenzi is at the news desk now.
And coming up on this hour of the show, we'll have the latest on the ceasefire deal between Israel and Iran. We go to Tel Aviv and speak with News Nation reporter Robert Sherman.
And G. Scott is feeling better and back. He's going to weigh in on the DMV scam texts being sent to thousands of people in Washington.
Literally within the past 90 minutes, I've gotten 3 of these texts. So very timely with G. Speaking of scams, well-to-do people in their 20s and 30s have recently become the target of scam artists in Bellevue.
Drew Anderson with Bellevue Police says the crooks pretending to be with the Chinese police reach out online or on the phone and tell the person they've been unknowingly taking part in a major crime.
They would start demanding that these victims wire large sums of money to prevent
them from being arrested or having their assets frozen.
Anderson says victims have paid sums ranging from $350,000 to more than $1 million. If you think this has happened to you or someone you know, you're asked to reach out to Bellevue Police or the FBI.
A protest injury in Seattle is ending with a six-figure settlement. Nikita Tarver will get $825,000 from the state of Washington. She was hit in the eye with a rubber bullet during the 2020 protests over George Floyd's murder. She first blamed Seattle police, but court records show it was actually a state patrol trooper who fired the shot. Seattle Times reports that trooper was never disciplined, no longer part of the lawsuit. The state attorney general's office says the settlement does not admit fault.
We told you last month about Valley Medical Center's plans to close several clinics because of budget concerns. Well, now a lawsuit's been filed to pause those closures and subsequent layoffs. The suit was filed Monday by the SEIU union, which represents more than 2,400 nursing, pharmacy, service, and tech healthcare workers at Valley Medical Center. Jordan Middleton is one of the nurses, and recently she was a patient, too.
Even though I was getting really, really excellent care, like I couldn't have gotten better care, every nurse, every PCA that I spoke with was super nervous about their jobs and what was about to happen.
The union says the well-being of an entire community is at risk. In a statement, Valley tells us, in part, it's in a critical financial position, and these are difficult decisions that no one ever wants to have to make. It adds Valley is doing everything possible to help stabilize operations.
Dolly Parton's Imagination Library will continue here in Washington at least one more year. The program provides kids age 5 and under with a free book each month. State legislature approved it in 2022, and Dolly came to Tacoma in 2023 to celebrate.
I wrote a little song for the Imagination Library. It says something about books, books. I love books, the way they feel and smell and look. From my first look, I was hooked on books, books, books.
But this year's budget shortfall forced lawmakers to cut the program. Well, yesterday, State School Superintendent Chris Rakedahl announced he is going to keep the program alive for one more year with discretionary funds with the hope of getting permanent funding next session.
Can you hear Dolly laugh like that and not have a huge smile on your face? She is a gem.
She is. She's our new Betty White is the way I view it. Yep.
A Seattle basketball legend is getting a permanent tribute. Lenny Wilkins will be honored with a statue outside Climate Pledge Arena. The unveiling is set for Saturday morning at 11:45. Wilkins, of course, played, coached, and managed the Sonics and led Seattle to its only NBA title in 1979. The statue was created by Lou Sella, the same artist behind the Griffey and Edgar statues at T-Mobile Park. Wilkins is now 87. He's the only person ever inducted into the Hall of Fame as a player, coach, and Olympian.
It's 8:12, and let's get a check on weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. A getaway weekend for so many of us, and it's looking like this weekend will be nice. We got to get through today and tomorrow, however. Today, we have a chance of showers. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, chance of showers in the morning, but sun breaks by the afternoon. 68 for our high. Then Saturday, mostly sunny. 73 in Seattle, 78 on Sunday, 83 on Monday. And taking a peek into next week's holiday week for so many people, we're looking at highs in the upper 70s to low 80s throughout. I know it's still early, but so far it's looking dry for the 4th of July. Here in Seattle, we have cloudy skies. It's 58.
And it's 8:13. Traffic every 10 minutes on the 3s. Back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're still doing really well out there for a Thursday. I mean, the brake lights, if you do this every day, are right where they should be, and they're a little lighter in some places than you might expect. If you're on the I-5 corridor, you're going to hit the brakes hard right around Linwood. We've got a crash on the ramp from 196, but not impacting the main line. A little bit there in Mount Lake Terrace, but after that, the further south you go, it's not bad. I mean, even across the Ship Canal Bridge, we're not doing too poorly. So we're under an hour from Everett to Seattle. Still about an hour and 5 from Everett to Bellevue as the brake lights are heavy through Bothell. A little bit of kind of meandering slowing through Totem Lake, but not bad. Across the lake, we're picking up a little slowing on each end of I-90 for the westbound direction. It's getting into the Mount Baker Tunnel and connecting with I-5. And for the eastbound direction, it's tying into into 405. Speaking of 405 itself, 45 minutes from end to end. We've got about 30 from Auburn and 50 all the way from Puyallup. Most of Pierce County is actually all green, which is great. 16, no issues. 18 over Tiger Mountain, a little slowing in the eastbound direction, but more than manageable. And Federal Way to Seattle's running right around an hour and 5 minutes, with 40 to 45 of those minutes from South South Center, but really not much materializing past the Kent Des Moines Road, which is really good. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing 20 convenient flights per day between Boeing Field and Portland. Easy parking, no TSA. Book today, FlySeaportAir.com.
And filling in for Katrina at the news desk today is KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty.
Telling you a story about a dog named Nimbus who apparently took a very, very tough fall over in Teanaway. This dog was off leash, and this is a kind of a warning to a lot of people that go out hiking with their dogs. Katie Warren was hiking with her dog, and it kind of got away. Guess what? It got tangled up with a mountain goat.
Oh, my goodness.
And then next thing you know, Nimbus the husky goes tumbling down this rock hill, and she describes what she saw in that moment.
A bunch of rocks started falling. It caught my attention. I looked up, and she was just falling, like through the air, like backwards. My first thought was like, I just watched my dog die.
It's heartbreaking to hear.
Oh.
Good news is Nimbus is doing okay. They hiked out 6 miles, carried Nimbus to get there from this hike near Teanaway, and then they drove 200 miles to Washington State University, where Nimbus is getting all mended up and taken care of.
That's amazing.
I'm glad Nimbus is okay.
I like the name Nimbus.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Scott.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
It's 8:16. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth took questions inside the Pentagon this morning about the U.S. airstrikes on Iranian nuclear sites.
Meanwhile, people in Israel are slowly returning to normal life with a ceasefire between that country and Iran holding for a third day.
Joining us now from Tel Aviv is News Nation reporter Robert Sherman. Robert, good morning. How are people there in Israel feeling in this third day of the ceasefire?
You know, I mean, people are actually feeling really good right now. There's a lot of confidence that is coming from the top to the bottom of the Israeli government. I think the biggest telltale sign of all of this is that, I mean, just a couple of days ago, the guidance that was coming from the government was don't even go outside. Don't go to school. Don't go to work, because it was viewed as being that dangerous. Stay as close as possible to the bomb shelter. There are no restrictions here anymore. You see people at the beach, you see people out and about on the street. And what I would say is that, almost in the blink of an eye, the focus here has shifted away from Iran. Nobody is even really talking about this anymore. It's now all about Gaza, it's about the hostages, and it's about the future.
We heard from Defense Department officials today about the U.S. strikes on Iran. What are we hearing from Israeli officials about those strikes?
You know, I think you're asking a really good question here because, it's actually a unique vantage point to sit on this side of the Atlantic and watch the conversation that's taking place in the U.S. about were those strikes effective, were they not? Nobody's talking about that over here. It is pretty much like a signed, sealed, delivered consensus that the strikes were highly effective and set Iran back years. You are seeing that coming from the Prime Minister's office. You are seeing that coming from the Mossad intelligence agency. This is the other thing that I would underscore to your listeners as well. If there were any thoughts in Israel that these strikes were not effective and Iran posed a serious imminent threat, you would see the Israelis really making a stink out of all this and saying the war needs to continue on, because this is viewed as an existential threat to existence and pure sovereignty here in the region. So the fact that you haven't heard that, to me, speaks rather loudly that they are pretty unanimously backing up the Pentagon on this right now.
Speaking with News Nation reporter Robert Sherman, how would you characterize the relationship between the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and President Trump right now?
Yeah, that's another really good question here. And what I would say is that from the Prime Minister's standpoint, President Trump has been a really, really good friend to Israel and has taken actions and said things publicly that a lot of other presidents would really think twice about doing up to this point. Now, that being said, you saw the president, really reining the Israelis in to effectively ensure that this ceasefire would hold here. I would say that they're still on very good terms here. But there's going to be a lot that's going to move and shake. And if we start to have the conversation shifting away from Iran to Gaza entirely in the international community, this could potentially look different, because the president has made very, very clear getting a deal on Gaza done is a top priority to him.
Is there a sense that a deal can be done?
Yeah, definitely. And, the big thing is here, is that now that Iran has been pushed a bit onto the back burner, and to be clear, this fight with Iran was really brought out into the open by the situation in Gaza. Now there is a thinking on the ground here that a deal, could come together, or there's going to be something that comes here, especially because let's talk about the big home run that Israel wants to hit. The big home run is Abraham Accords 2.0. They just put this billboard up in downtown Tel Aviv, which shows President Trump in the center of the billboard, standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu and all of the heads of state in the Middle East. The pipe dream that Israelis have is there is a day in which they can hop on a train and head to Damascus or Beirut and get lunch and come home. Normalization, diplomatic relations with all of these other countries in the region, Lebanon, Syria, Saudi Arabia. That's what they are gunning for. That's the big play that they really want. And for President Trump in order to be able to deliver that, there's going to have to be some kind of a deal on Gaza.
Is any aid making its way into Gaza right now?
There is aid that is going into Gaza for sure. But of course, it's the classic finger pointing that you always hear. From the Israeli side, plenty of aid is going in, and it's the aid groups on the inside that are not moving it around properly. Now you have this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is handling a lot of that because there's been so much distrust that has been sown with the UN. And then, on the other hand, you hear the other sentiments that the aid isn't going where it needs to go. This is going to continue to be the back and forth that you hear between both of these sides here. But there is aid that is going into Gaza. It's just always the question, which has remained the same for months, is it always getting into the hands of those who need it most?
Of course, Iran giving so much money to Gaza. We learned yesterday that the U.S. and Iran are going to have direct talks next week. Can you just give us a sense of how unusual that is?
It is highly unusual. Of course, we have seen some of these conversations taking place over the last few months to get to a nuclear deal. I think that the thing that makes this so unusual the most, and the head scratcher that I have, is what kind of a deal are they going to strike now? And you even heard the president acknowledge that rather publicly yesterday. The U.S.'s position is that they decimated Iran's nuclear capabilities. Is there really even a deal to sign anymore? Or one that even matters or has any bite? That kind of remains to be seen here. I think the bigger question is, can the United States develop any kind of a relationship with Iran right now, particularly in the wake of these strikes here? Because these are two sides that really do not trust one another. That all remains to be seen here. But and to be clear, Tehran has not publicly confirmed that any such meetings are going to be taking place. But that's kind of in keeping with what they've been doing for the last couple of weeks and last couple of months here. They don't put a lot of this out into the public sphere.
Robert, before we let you go, just quickly, kind of on a human note, what's striking about our conversation this morning is how calm everything seems. They're just days after you're being rushed to bomb shelters.
Right. And I would say that is what you are pointing out really strikes at the heart of Israeli culture. It is the respond, stand back up, go about your life. Because the feeling here that is held so deeply by many people in Israel is that if you spend a single extra fleeting moment thinking about all the tensions in the region or all the fears that are put out into the Middle East, then you've let the opposition win. That is such an integral part of Israeli culture to push forward. And what I would say is that you do look around here. I'm looking at Tel Aviv Beach right now, and there are people who are out and about playing volleyball right now. Life goes on. This is the mindset that people have here, and it is. But what I would say, the caveat to that is that nothing is the same as it was before October 7th. There is still this cloud of uncertainty over the air, and every Israeli will tell you that October 7th was a horrific day for Israel, but October 8th has not arrived, and that is not going to change until hostages are brought home and there is some kind of resolution to this war in Gaza, whatever it may be.
Live from Tel Aviv, News Nation reporter Robert Sherman. Robert, thank you so much for your update today.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Take care. It's 8:24, and it's time to get over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
Well, it looks like we might have a little maintenance work going on southbound I-5 as you get out of Linwood. What's one of the reasons why it might be a little slow there. We've also had a crash over on the right-hand side as you get through Northgate as well. But overall, the travel time from Everett to Seattle's down to 50 minutes. That's a big win. So I definitely think that we're getting into the summer vacation feel coming out of Snohoe in some ways. For I-405, a little heavy all the way down through Bothell, but nothing out of the ordinary, and an hour drive to get you into Bellevue is pretty good. Once you're past 5 through 2, it's going to be a pretty clean drive. Northbound I-5 is only 20 minutes to get you into South Center from I-5 from Federal Way. But we have 45 minutes still from South Center up, so that's about an hour and 5-minute trip. The Renton to Bellevue drive is about 45 minutes. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is a little under 30 out of Auburn and under 50 from Puyallup, so pretty good. But again, you're going to have some slowing to get through. Westbound across I-90 is heavy approaching the Mount Baker Tunnel, but that's about it. You only need about 23 minutes to get there from Bellevue to Seattle. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. You can learn more at globalcu.org.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Want to cut your home energy bills, breathe cleaner air, and improve comfort? The answer, AeroSeal from Home Comfort Alliance. This advanced process seals leaks in your ductwork, improving efficiency and air quality. Normally $2,500. Right now, for PSC customers, get AeroSeal for as little as $99 when they install a furnace or heat pump. Plus, save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
Someone says they're from Medicare? Hang up. Medicare never cold calls. Offered free medical equipment or services? Toss it. It's likely a scam. Got your Medicare statement? Read it. Spot something strange? Report it. You can fight it. The Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner Fraud Prevention Service is free, unbiased, and here for you. Search Washington Medicare Fraud or call 800-562-6900. That's 800-562-6900.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees, extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar today at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar today at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar today at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Right now, Kia of Everett has over 400 new vehicles available, and the great part, they're tariff-free. Hi, I'm Eric Butler, the General Manager with Kia of Everett. Tariff-free means you're going to save thousands of dollars. And our terrific lease and financing offers can help you purchase your new Kia now while the timing is right. The best drive to tariff-free savings is to Kia of Everett, where we make owning a new Kia simple, easy, and fun. Visit Kia of Everett at kiaofeverett.com.
It's Olympic Hot Tubs Mid-Year Clearance Spectacular, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. You'll find incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater and pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
With over 20 new home communities throughout the Puget Sound area, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, it's 8:31. Some union employees want immigration enforcement out of their offices, and they picketed outside the downtown Seattle Federal Building yesterday afternoon.
Our Scout Carty was there.
Different unions representing everyone from postal workers to the EPA saying that they don't want ICE coming into their workplaces to make arrests, that is creating a hostile and an unsafe situation.
ICE raids are impacting the ability of federal workers to serve the public.
One member of the Postal Workers Union said that we should not have to go to work in fear and reminded people that resistance to justice is necessary.
We reached out to ICE and they had no comment.
A new proposal to overhaul Seattle business taxes has been proposed. Within minutes yesterday, it was met with sharp opposition. And KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner breaks down this proposal.
Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell alongside City Council member Alexis Mercedes Rink with a plan to change the city's business and occupation tax beginning in 2026, proposing cuts for small and medium-sized businesses alongside a tax hike for corporations. Here's Councilmember Rink.
We're asking the largest corporations to pay their fair share, and we're asking them to contribute to the community that made their success possible.
The Downtown Seattle Association likens the tax change to a self-inflicted wound. Here's President John Scholes.
We've seen Amazon, move a lot of jobs outside of Seattle and grow elsewhere. We hope that that's not the choice that many other companies are faced with.
Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
That proposal would require both city council and voter approval.
It's a $54 billion plan, but how many people will actually use it? A study from the Puget Sound Regional Council says by 2050, just 3% of daily commutes will be on Sound Transit. That's out of 24 million trips a day across the region. The Center Square reports Sound Transit is now reviewing its finances as costs rise and ridership lags. Critics want to shift money to buses, van pools, on-demand rides, but Sound Transit says it's sticking with the plan voters approved. They say timelines may change, but no projects are being cut.
It's 8:33, and that brings us to a check on traffic. We do this every 10 minutes, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Center.
And let's not forget, $54 billion is only ST3. We also have ST1, ST2 that are also on the books. So
you're here to
just keep
bring
that
us
in
down,
mind.
aren't you?
No, just reminding everybody that we've been paying for this since for 25 years. Anyway, and more. Looking at the drive now, we're still enjoying a pretty decent drive out of Snohomish County. Southbound 5 is heavy away from Linwood. We had some reports of some maintenance work being done there. Some DOT trucks doing some stuff. But after that, it's really not too bad. Under an hour, probably closer to 55 minutes now as we go from Everett to Seattle. About an hour from Everett to Bellevue. The brake lights are loosening up away from Linwood, but then you hit them again at Canyon Park. Northbound 5 from Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 5 minutes, but 45 of those minutes are from South Center. So those last couple of miles are going to look relatively normal for a Thursday, but the first part of that drive is not too bad. And the Valley Freeway is closer to 45 minutes now, maybe even under, which is great. And then Renton to Bellevue is about 45. The Lake Bridges, westbound 90, a little heavy from the middle of the lake, but overall 25 minutes to get you from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90 is great. On 520, no issues at all. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Showers this afternoon, a high of 66. A chance of showers early on Friday. Tomorrow, 68 for our high. 73 sunny Saturday, 78 sunny Sunday. Right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies and it's 58.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
It's 8:35 on today's Tech Talk. During last week's officer-involved shooting and standoff with an ex-convict accused of shooting his girlfriend and opening fire on officers, Seattle police called in reinforcements.
Not just officers, but technology like drones from neighboring law enforcement agencies. Why? KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey reports a strict city ordinance limits how SPD can deploy surveillance technology, forcing them to rely on other departments during life-threatening emergencies.
A chaotic scene captured by body cameras outside the victim's Seattle apartment.
He is reloading. We need additional units now.
Police say 53-year-old Daniel Jolliffe shot the victim in her back, then fired at officers through a window on the second floor. During the ensuing standoff, Chief Sean Barnes said they deployed dozens of officers and several technology devices.
Some of our partner agencies had a drone trying to determine whether we could see or communicate with him.
Toward the end of the standoff, according to one source, police flew a drone inside the apartment to locate Jolliffe, who was armed, to prevent the SWAT team walking blindly into potential danger. It was a drone SPD scrambled to borrow from another agency in the midst of chaos because they're not allowed to own one themselves. In that critical moment,
drop the gun, it's the Seattle Police!
SPD did not have the tools. They had to ask for them.
I think being able to use technology to keep people safe, even to keep the suspects safe, it's extremely important that we use it, that we have the ability to use it.
Since SPD won't talk about the case still under investigation, I talked with former King County Sheriff John Urquhart, who's dealt with multiple standoffs in his career.
There are people that don't want us to have any technology at all because they think we're going to misuse it.
But he tells me it's ultimately up to government leaders.
It's really not up to us or even the press to second guess what people want. It's up to the city council to reflect those wishes. And if people are against or don't trust their police department with some of this technology, then so be it.
Seattle's surveillance ordinance requires SPD to get city council approval to buy or use any surveillance technologies, including drones and robots. There is an exemption in the ordinance for acquiring and using surveillance equipment in the event of an emergency situation that poses an imminent and serious risk of death or substantial bodily harm. But it was only in the last couple of years city council allowed SPD to use throw phones designed to toss through windows to a suspect if necessary during hostage negotiations, a tool other agencies have been using for the last 20 years. At the scene,
he's shooting out of this window and this door.
The King County Sheriff's Office and SeaTac Police sent 2 drones. A Bellevue police spokesperson says they sent a SWAT team and other technology assets.
Come on with your hands up!
Clyde Hill police tell me they deployed a drone to the scene to watch the apartment in case the suspect tried to escape out the back. Another drone came from Mount Lake Terrace police, while Edmonds police said they also deployed a drone. Their spokesperson tells me drones are becoming more commonplace in law enforcement, and they're a good tool, they think, to look for barricaded suspects. Because the only thing in danger in that situation is a small piece of equipment.
Luke, fascinating reporting there. Can we go back to 2012?
Sure.
This is when Seattle Mayor Mike McGinn, he basically put the kibosh on this. And when I was reporting on this back then, 13 years ago, part of the concern was we were in the middle of a war with Iraq, and the concept was of a drone, that this was like the Predator drone. These are the things firing missiles on people in the desert. And at the time, people were thinking that's the type of drone we would be using in Seattle. That's not these drones, though. These are little things kids use.
The kids use, your neighbors use, you see them flying around everywhere. You know, Sheriff Urquhart shared that same concern, though, back in the day, that was the scare. But, you know, perhaps we've gotten to a point now where that's not the case. And that's a good debate to have. You know, I do want to say, though, in the story, I sent emails to city councilors as well as the mayor's office, and none of them answered my questions. Ironically, all the other departments involved in that standoff did reply. There is an independent news site, Hard Press, that says SPD is in the process of asking City Council for permission now to use drones. They're resubmitting. But that process started in 2023, and here we are 2025, and they're still asking for drones. So it's an interesting debate, and next week we're going to have part 2 in this debate. We're going to dive into those ethics and concerns, Charlie, that just what you talked about. From experts who think drones, you know, maybe they are too intrusive to some people, and other people believe that police, if they get their hands on them, they're going to start spying on people. We'll see.
Okay, Luke, thank you. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the southbound I-5 drive, which is heating up a little bit out of Linwood. We'll break it down for you next.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better, live stronger. Start now.
RV buyers save thousands at the 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds. Huge discounts on new and used models. Meet factory reps. Enjoy free lunch. Every purchase includes a $500 parts coupon, a free E2 hitch for travel trailers, plus a year's worth of free camping. The 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds in Monroe. Hosted by Open Road RV. Free parking and admission.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's 8:43. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are looking at a drive that is getting better by the moment. The one spot where that's not really happening, southbound 5, southbound 405, northbound 5. Okay, well, that kind of sounds like a lot that aren't getting better. Maybe let me start that over. 3, 2, 1. In honor of Nick Allard, who does that all the time. Yeah, it's, a lot of spots are getting better, but we still have work to do away from Linwood, especially on 405. It's, bumper to bumper as you make your way just away from Linwood, about where the express toll lane starts, down through Bothell, and then we have a little late arriving crowd through Totem Lake, right around 124th. But after that, it's not bad. Hour drive still from Everett to Bellevue. So getting back up towards 55 minutes from Everett to Seattle as we picked up a little bit more action through Linwood. Get a nice long gap to about 85th. And across the Ship Canal is not as bad as it could be. Now, northbound 5 struggles from the beginning of Boeing Field. Just volume, just the normal stuff you guys are used to. The good news is that it's not too bad from Federal Way up to that spot. Total drive time is about an hour, but 40 to 42 of those minutes are from South Center. Renton to Bellevue is back under 45 minutes. We have a nice long gap from 30th up to about Coal Creek Parkway. And the Valley Freeway is not too bad. A little bit in Auburn, a little bit at the north end. Probably back up to 45 minutes, though, as we are pushing towards 9 a.m. People trying to get spots, get into place by 9. The Lake Bridges, I-90, a little slow westbound from the Mount Baker Tunnel over to I-5, 520 right there in Montlake, the normal stuff. But if you give yourself 25 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle, either bridge, you'll be fine. This report is brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Yes, I still use paper. Family fresh food comes from local farms. For healthier eggs, 3 times the omega-3s, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs at Costco. Locally fresh since 1909.
That's so silly of you.
Yeah, I'm a really simple man.
Our forecast, we're going to see some rain at times for today. 67 our high. Tomorrow, get to some sun breaks by afternoon, and the weekend looks terrific. Mostly sunny, 73 Saturday, upper 70s Sunday, and into the low 80s on Monday. Right now in Seattle, we have mostly cloudy skies. It's 58.
Before we get over to the news desk, I want you to text us right now with how many DMV scam texts you have gotten this week.
Oh, my goodness.
I have gotten 6 of them. G. Scott is going to be talking about that, but I would be interested in seeing your numbers. Text us at 888-973-5476.
So many.
All right, filling in for Katrina at the news desk today is KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty.
There were massive storms that swept through France. Speaking of the rain that we're facing, we have nothing compared to what happened there. They had a real heat wave, and then these torrential storms came through. 2 people were killed, 17 people were injured, and while the prime minister was speaking at Parliament, the roof sprung a leak. So water started coming in. They had to shut things down, make sure that they could get checked out, and they stopped it with some absorbent pads. But sadly, yes, a falling tree killed a 12-year-old child in southwest France, and then a man died when his bike hit a toppled tree in the northwest.
Well, okay. Rough weather in Europe.
Rough weather, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
G. Scott stops by next. It's 8:46.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists with Puget Sound Express, the Salish Sea is absolutely packed with whales right now. The past week has seen nearly 20 humpbacks in the waters off of Port Angeles, with tremendous displays of breaching and lunge feeding. Not to be outdone, Bigg's killer whales have also been gathering in large numbers, with superpods of more than 15 individuals traveling and hunting throughout Puget Sound. Summer is heating up, and so is the whale watching. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales, or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
And joining us from the G and Ursula show, welcome back, G. Scott.
Man, your boy is back.
Alive.
Your boy is back like somebody's hairline.
I want to share with you, we asked our listeners how many of these dang scam texts they have gotten from the so-called DMV. Washington State doesn't have a DMV.
Yeah.
How many they've gotten this week. We've had a couple lucky listeners saying, I haven't gotten any. I've had a few say as many as 10 this week alone. These things are spreading like a fungal infection.
It's nasty. 7 in 2 days, says this person.
Yeah.
Ooh, 7 in 2 days. Well, just if you don't know what this text and this attempted scam is all about, it is the Washington State Department of Transportation and the Washington State Department of Licensing right now are warning the people, warning the public that text scams are targeting residents. And what is happening is folks are receiving unsolicited messages claiming that they face enforcement penalties from entities using the names of Seattle Department of Motor Vehicles and Washington Department of Motor Vehicles as well. Now, here's the thing. If you get that text, a text like that is saying that, it is a scam. Or if you are unsure, make some phone calls, reach out to Sully. Sully is always going to reach out to you and let you know. I received one of these texts on Tuesday. I only received one. And here's why I received one. I received one because they realized that they text G. Scott. And so this is the same G. Scott that didn't used to pay his bills in the first place back in the day. This is the same G. Scott when the credit folks used to call me. I used to be like, hey, how you doing? You ain't getting your money because you got to wait in line. Because ain't nobody getting no money from me, so they know better. However, the problem is where we are, we need to talk about these things. It's important because what happens is when someone gets scammed, the embarrassment of talking about being scammed, they don't talk about. So I'm here on the show, and I want to ask my good friends here at Seattle's Morning News, have you ever been scammed?
You
Can
know
I tell
what?
y'all about I got scammed?
I got scammed just recently.
What'd you do?
Well, so I got a Facebook ad. Bad on me, for something that keeps your sheets tucked in. And it looked like a great device.
Yeah.
I ordered it. I used my credit card, not my debit card.
Okay.
So the device that arrived was nothing like it appeared in this Facebook ad.
Okay.
And I was out $15, basically. They 3D printed a cheap piece of plastic. I was very angry.
Okay. The last time I got scammed was in 1997. It was in Las Vegas. I was in a parking lot. And it was a parking lot where this dude said, hey, I got some gold chains. I'm like, man, no, you don't get no gold chains from me. I'm like, no, thank you. He says, no, it's real. So he walks in with me. And we're walking in, and there's happens to be a jewelry store right there. And there's this guy outside of the jewelry store that kind of works there. He's standing there, and he says, hey, you want to take a look at this gold chain? The guy takes it in, looks at it. He's like, oh, it's good. I'm like, oh, okay. I said, well, how much? The guy says, $100. I'm like, wow. Okay, here's $100. Boom. I rock it. I'm like, yeah. I mean, guys, it looks good. So I go out to the club that night, and I'm out in the club, and this is back in the day when, Gen X and baby boomers, we used to dance at the club.
Oh, yeah.
These young folks now, they just be on their damn phones in the club. They don't dance. Well, your boy was dancing back then, and I was sweating, right? I was sweating. So at some point, I had too much of Sully beverages, and I had to go use the bathroom. I go in the bathroom to use the bathroom. Your boy go and check himself out in the mirror.
It wasn't real gold, was it?
It's green all over me. I said, Lord. I never told that story until about 2 years ago on the G and Ursula show. So, again, it is okay to tell the people you get scammed. And by the way, when I told the story on the G and Ursula show, I finally put it together when I told it. The guy that was outside of that store, he didn't work at the store.
He was just a guy.
He just was a guy standing in front of the store, and I didn't realize it.
You got scammed by 2 people.
So anyway, y'all, watch out for them text messages.
That's why I only wear real gold when I go to the club.
Charlie, you ain't got no damn gold.
And you don't go to the club.
Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we're seeing our travel times coming down now across the board, even out of the north end. We're back down to 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, 55 from Everett to Bellevue. So definitely seeing an improvement there. Northbound I-5 is getting better as well. Federal Way to Seattle back under an hour, about 55 minutes now, even though 40 of those minutes are from South Center. Rented to Bellevue is still about 45 because we have brake lights into South Bellevue. The Valley Freeway, though, back under 45. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets, nwhopeandhealing.org.
I can't get you in gold chains in a club out of my head right now.
It's me and 50 Cent.
All right, we're looking for some rain at times. 67 the high for today. Tapering off to showers by tomorrow afternoon. Sunshine for the weekend up to 78 on Sunday.
Coming up on the G and Ursula show, big tax change could be coming for Seattle businesses. G and Ursula talk about that next here on KIRO News Radio.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle Police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now.